All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Government, Labor, and Elections Law Committee. I'm Chair Wells. Today is Tuesday, February 17th. Just a reminder to folks that if you could, bill sponsors are not timed for the testimony. However, witnesses are timed at 2 minutes, so we ask that everyone be courteous of that. And also that if you could please silence your cell phones and to please refrain from talking, as it is a small room and we can hear everything, and even that goes for the committee as well, not just the public. But with that, we will get started with HB 554, and I believe we have someone from DGS speaking on the bill. Are they here with us yet? Okay, seeing that they are not, we will move right along and wait on hearing that bill. We will hear from HB 473 Delegate Feldmark. Okay, I believe, I assume you are her staff and you're presenting the bill on her behalf. Okay.
Started did a pretty good on this.
Yeah. You used to work in Delegate Solomon's office. Is that why he made his remarks? Okay. You got a promotion. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And if you could please.
If you get a promotion.
Yes. If you could please state your name for the record as well. And I know you're here on behalf of her, and I have Mr. Limley. Good to see you again. Hi. And then I have Mr. George Hendricks. I don't know if he's here yet, but I will wait to call him. Okay. Yep, you're on the sponsor panel. Okay. It's good to see you, Mr. Hendricks.
Same here.
All right, you may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Wells, Vice Chair Kerr, and members of the Government, Labor, and Elections Committee. My name is Jackson O'Mara, and I'm Delegate Feldmark's Chief of Staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present HB 473 before you today. Delegate Feldmark sends her regret she's not able to be here today with you, and she thanks everyone for the well wishes she has received. HB 473 will remove negotiations related to maximum class size as a prohibited subject of bargaining between boards of education and exclusive bargaining representatives. The complicated academic and mental health needs of individual students have grown significantly since the pandemic. This means that today's educators are facing greater challenges with fewer resources and growing student rosters. Educators are spending more time dealing with the disciplinary issues which reduce instructional time and impact learning. Professional surveys have found that 9 out of every 10 teachers state that smaller class sizes would strongly benefit student learning. Educational studies over the past 40 years have demonstrated the benefits of small class sizes both for educators and students. Benefits such as greater individualized and more customized instruction, greater academic achievement in both math and reading in primary years, greater student collaboration, and higher teacher retention. Class size matters. The ability to negotiate the maximum number of students assigned to a class during collective bargaining provides agency for our educators. Providing agency around class size for our educators can reduce burnout and alleviate the worst of the levels of turnover that we are seeing across the state. The fact that the maximum number of students assigned to a class cannot even be brought up during collective bargaining limits our educators' ability to manage their classrooms and ultimately affects their ability to give our children the individualized attention they deserve. The bill does not place caps or limits on class size or mandate student-teacher ratios, but instead merely allows us to be a topic at the bargaining table. Educator working conditions are student learning conditions. Thank you for your consideration, and Delegate Feldmark respectfully requests a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Excellent job. Mr. Limley.
Afternoon to the chairs and members of the committee. I'm going to talk about class size as essentially a pay differential. Research shows that educators work about 49 to 53 hours a week. That's 15 hours unpaid beyond contractual requirements. And as you heard, long hours and low pay are primary drivers for teachers who leave their positions, and about 50% leave in their first 5 years. So we often think about class size as a physical thing. How big is the room? How many desks? It's also the clearest indicator of how much time it takes to do the job. I'll be specific to planning, grading, communication, and student advocacy, but I'll welcome questions about anything. 1, planning. Every additional student with an IEP or a 504 adds at least 1 meeting plus data collection. The larger workload impact comes from modifying materials for comprehension, attention, visual acuity, first language, etc. On grading, Even one assignment per week is 36 assignments in a year. Giving fair, supportive feedback to students is incredibly time-consuming. So if I have 25 per class, that's 125 total. Even giving that student work 3 minutes per student takes 6 to 10 hours per week. If you raise that class size to 30, 150 total, that's 8 to 12 hours of grading. On family communication, I've conservatively estimated that about 10% of my families contact me every week. So as class size goes up, those 12 emails or calls become 15. And finally, annually, about 10% of the 375 to 450 students that I'm teaching or taught ask for a college, job, or honor society recommendation. College recs are the hardest because they depend on a review of the student resume and their interest survey, but at about 40 per year and giving 20 minutes each only, that's 800 minutes or 13 hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindley. Mr. Hendricks? Oh, we're working on getting a third microphone.
Not a problem. Good afternoon, Chair Wells, Vice Chair Kerr, members of the committee. My name is George Hendricks, and I am a field representative for the Baltimore Teachers Union. President Brown is currently in negotiations and is unable to attend this hearing, although she sends her regards. On behalf of the Baltimore Teachers Union, we urge favorable report on this bill to make class size a permissive subject of collective bargaining. For far too long, class size has been treated as managerial prerogative rather than a shared educational priority. Making class size bargainable simply ensures that educators who are responsible for delivering instruction have meaningful voice and shaping the conditions under which the instruction occurs. We know from both research and experience that smaller class size supports stronger academic outcomes, especially in early grades and for students with disabilities, multilingual learners, and students living in concentrated poverty. In large class sizes, teachers have less opportunity for individualized instructions, differentiated support, relationship building, and timely feedback. Overcrowded classrooms make it harder to manage behavior constructively, to implement restorative practices effectively, and to ensure student safety. Class size is also deeply connected to educational equity. Schools serving students with the greatest needs too often have the largest class sizes. Without bargaining rights, educators have limited recourse to address these disparities. This bill is part of a multifaceted strategy to improve educator recruitment and retention. Excessive class sizes are one of the top drivers of burnout. In a time of persistent staff shortages, we cannot afford to ignore one of the most significant contributions to educators leaving the profession. Some may argue that class size decisions require flexibility. Collective bargaining does not eliminate flexibility, it formalizes it. Collective bargaining agreements on class sizes can and do phase in approaches, differentiation gaps, waivers, and side letters. So for those reasons, the Baltimore Teachers Union respectfully requests favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hendricks. Okay, I see a question from Delegate Terrazza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for your testimony. I think it's about time that that's part of the negotiations, and I've always been surprised that it wasn't. Can you talk just a little bit about like what does get pushed aside? What's the opportunity cost of those big classrooms?
Thank you for asking, Delegate. I came up with a list of things that I thought, well, I knew I did in addition to the regular part of the job. I collaborated with our school resource officer to team teach about vehicle searches and searches in school environments. Our professional development, for one, I estimate I put 100 hours into a national board certification, but I've heard the high side estimate of that is 400 hours. And when I sponsored the class of 2024, planning the graduation, the prom, the field trips, the fundraisers, breakfast, crab feast, service projects, all of those things take paperwork, accounting, organization, advertising, and at the time, I was parenting a senior, junior, and freshman in high school. So the things that you really want your teachers to do, those are the hardest things to do as class size increases. So the reason to negotiate it, of course, I argued for a pay differential, is to allow your people who can do this to negotiate a higher rate of pay when it gets that much harder.
Thank you. Delegate Ruth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So forgive me, education is not my expertise. Baltimore Teachers Union, I forgot your name. You mentioned George something. Thank you. You mentioned equity and class sizes differing. So if there, and just generally trying to understand, if there were negotiated limits on class sizes, one way to do that is to just increase the number of teachers, but is it, which, as I'm sure you know, there's unfavorable testimony about the cost of that, but is it also possible that there could be shifts in order to equalize class sizes when you have some that are lower than the negotiated size and some that are higher?
Well, I think that's part of the collective bargaining aspect of it. You know, those things will be bargained between the union as well as the management.
Yeah, thank you. But so, I mean, it is something that could be done.
Possibly.
Is what I'm asking.
It's possible.
Yeah, and thank you for that. That was my other question, was just want to clarify, this is, it doesn't impose any kind of class size. It just allows that negotiation to take place. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify that this bill wouldn't per se, it would be enabling legislation. Is that correct? Like, it would allow you to add it among collective bargaining, but does it mean that there could be, that an agreement could be reached in the contract? Is not correct? Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'm curious, I heard two different levels of testimony for the bill. One was that there were too many children in a classroom, and the other was that there were children that had all kinds of needs that were specialized that made it difficult to teach the core children who didn't require those needs. Which is it, or is it both? I'm not really sure.
I don't want to tell you what you heard, right? But what I was saying is that the more students you have, the harder the job. And what this bill allows us to do is to negotiate when additional students are added, that there's additional pay, essentially.
And in Calvert, in the county I represent, Calvert County, the single biggest concern that I've been hearing for a number of years is the unruly student, the violent student, the student that's so disruptive there just doesn't seem to be a solution in the school itself. What is the, I think a lot of this is drawn from that, at least from our county. What is the solution for those individuals?
Well, it's sort of outside the scope of this, but
okay.
From MSEA's perspective, a community approach that restores wrongs done and isn't punitive to the degree that it doesn't need to be, is the approach that we want for disruptive or discipline issues. We're trying to educate everybody, and I didn't include discipline in the list of things that take time, but as you know, it does. That's that call home, that's that paperwork, that's all the interventions that we want to put in place to support that young person.
And that's the number one thing in our county is the students. There are a group of students in each school, and everyone knows who they are, including the officers in the schools themselves, the safety officers, that have a variety of issues that are making it almost impossible for the classes that they're in for the rest of the children to learn. And that's why I was just curious. It clearly, whatever is happening now, and I do believe it's core to this bill, very much so. Clearly, there isn't a solution that's working on this. And it's been going on for years. And I'm just curious, is there going to be a bill to address that, definitively, since
I can't say.
Okay, but are you, what is your position?
I'm the state president of the Education Association, Maryland State Education Association.
How can you not say if you're ahead of all of the teachers' unions statewide? Because it is the issue statewide.
So are there bills on how to manage student behavior? Yes. They're not bills that I've written, and I won't be.
You won't be advocating to try
No, I
to
didn't
solve
say
the
that.
problem.
I didn't say that. I'm happy to testify on anything educational.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Amongst a lot of the concerns I had about the blueprint, I kept asking, what's the ideal classroom size? And they kept skirting the answer. They would never give me the answer. But the answer in the state of Maryland is we're 14-1 if you take the total teachers and total students. I think it's with 842,000 and 64,000 teachers, correct? So my question is, what do you believe is the ideal? And the problem, and I know that my wife's an occupational therapist in the Prince George's County school system. I know that this is not really what we see in classrooms because we have a lot of people in Anne Arundel County that are down on Riva Road. But in your opinion, what is the ideal classroom setting? I know you can't say blanket because there are certain classes that are different than others.
There isn't one class size, but I'll try not to skirt the question. When you're teaching reading in the primary grades, one of the things you're doing is teaching phonics, right? Letter sound correspondences. You need to listen really closely to what your students are saying because that tells you what they're seeing on the map.
Right.
So, when you're teaching reading at those primary grades, the reason they have groups is to make it much smaller, right? 5, 6 students at a time, and there'll be assistants helping. I was a high school social studies teacher, and I felt like in the mid-20s was a size of a class that we could have discussions, and you heard me talk about grading essays and writing college recommendations. So it does depend on what you're trying to teach, where you're trying to teach it, and where we have students with special education needs or serious behavioral challenges. Often it is smaller, so you can give the individualized attention that student really needs.
So when we're talking about this, when you're talking about wanting to negotiate, you couldn't just have a blanket, well, hey, we want to negotiate above 50. You have to have categories and subcategories, I'm assuming, whether it's primary, whatever it might be. Last question, and this is a serious question. You were talking about writing recommendations, and I know all of us in here have benefited greatly on what AI can do. And do you believe that with the innovation of AI that teachers can actually do more that's not so repetitive? I know when you're looking at each student, it's different, but it should be used as a resource or a tool to start to cut down on the amount of hours that a teacher, because I know when you get into repetitive stuff, it's just repetitive stuff. But.
Sure. There are definitely opportunities. Lesson planning and research, totally. It won't help us write letters of recommendation because we have to know that student. We have to review what they've done. But there are real opportunities there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Delegate Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jackson, thank you for bringing the bill. You did an excellent job representing your boss, and thank you both for being here. Mr. Lemley, I think you mentioned this just briefly in your testimony, but how many other states allow this type of bargaining?
By our count, 41. Maryland's only one of 9 where the maximum number is an illegal subject.
Great. And can you just talk a little bit about how those other states handle it, if you know? I don't want to put you on the spot with that, but.
As a permissive subject of bargaining, right? It has to be something that both sides, management and employee, agree to talk about and of course come to an agreement on.
And having been a teacher myself, just some of the questions I know that came from colleagues, that conversation is going to look very different in every district, right? Because it's going to be based on some districts may provide paraprofessionals in certain settings, some may not, some may, it's going to look different in the type of instructional environment that you're in, the type of class that you're teaching. A class size for high school social studies may be very different than second grade teacher that's got to deal with, maybe some kids who aren't potty trained yet or, different behavioral issues, right?
Definitely. I don't want to be the only person to answer the question. So if Mr. Hendricks wants to talk about collective bargaining too, I'm happy to defer. I envision a world in which there are a lot of solutions to these complicated ways to deliver instruction.
It's about at least having that conversation. Isn't that
Totally.
so?
That's the goal.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Delegate Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, thank you for being here. I'm the son of a school teacher, so I understand what you all go through. And this morning, I was at the largest elementary school in Anne Arundel County, 749 students. You had brought up a question about the work hours per week and about being, did you say somewhere between 15 hours more per week? What is the current allotted amount?
In a contract?
Yes, sir.
It depends on your jurisdiction, but around 40.
40 hours per week, so
Yes.
pretty standard. Now, jurisdiction, is that county specific or? It is county specific. So is there a range that other counties, does larger counties have more hours, less hours?
I think they're largely consistent around that 40-hour work week on the contract.
Yeah, it ranges.
And you represent the 24, all 24 districts,
I
essentially?
represent the Baltimore Teachers
You
Union.
voted
All 23.
23,
And Baltimore.
and they have their own separate?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just making sure there's no more questions from the committee. Okay, seeing no more questions. Great job presenting the bill, Jackson. Thank you to your panel. And that concludes the bill hearing for HB 473. We will now next move on to Delegate Kaufman, HB 439. And I also realize, I don't know, do you have a panel with you, Delegate Kaufman, or?
I do.
Okay.
And we have
And
interpreters here with
Correct.
us so we can be inclusive.
Yes. We are joined by interpreters, a few in the audience. I have Ushurla DeBerry.
Yeah, she's here.
Okay, and I have the MDAD president, Blaise, I cannot pronounce correctly, Della Hussein, and Catherine Fogarty.
Thank you for your patience, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
So, all right. Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I begin, I do want to ask that obviously there's a 2-minute limit, but I do want to ask
Yes.
that there be a little indulgence because it takes longer for people who are
Absolutely.
deaf to testify.
Yep, we are happy to accommodate.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, Chair Wells. It's great to say that, and Vice Chair Kerr and members of the committee. A special hello to my district mate, Delegate Solomon, who left, but tell him I said hi. And I'm here today to respectfully request a favorable report on the Governor's Office of Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing Renaming Act, which updates the name of the existing office to more accurately reflect the Marylanders it already serves. Maryland's current statutory title, the Governor's Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing, does not explicitly recognize deaf-blind Marylanders, meaning those who are deaf and blind, despite the office routinely supporting individuals with combined hearing and vision loss. This mismatch between name and who they serve in their mission can create confusion for residents seeking services and agencies that partner with the Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. The legislation makes a simple technical correction. It renames the Office of Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing, and updates references across Maryland's code to ensure consistency. Nothing in the bill changes the office's duties, authority, or staffing. It simply brings statutory language into alignment with the communities served and improves clarity for families, providers, and state agencies, and individuals with disabilities themselves. The need for this change was reinforced by a recent work group on the deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing, which recommended updating the name so that the state materials more clearly reflect the work that they do, who they support and the work they do, and who is supported by the office, and reduce confusion for deafblind residents seeking support. Other states, including Colorado, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island, use naming conventions that explicitly include deaf-blind communities, mirroring a national trend towards clearer and more inclusive terminology in accessibility-focused agencies. For these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report for the Office of Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing Renaming Act. Thank you very much for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And I now, if it's okay with you, turn it over to Director DeBerry.
Yes, thank you, Director DeBerry.
Thank you. Is this working? I don't know if this is working. Oh, okay. Thank you, interpreters. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I am Usherla DeBerry, Director for the Governor's Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing. I am here to express strong support for HBO 439. This bill updates the name of our agency to the Office of the Deaf, Deafblind, and Hard of Hearing. I am here to support that bill and the naming because it's similar to the Maryland Advisory Council on the Deaf and Hard of Hearing to include deafblind in the title. This change reflects a long overdue acknowledgement of the deaf-blind community as an integral part of our statewide mission. Although HBO 439 does not change our statutory duties, the staff and programs already are having a meaningful impact. But in changing the name honors the identity and the lived experience of the deaf-blind Marylanders by formally including them in the name of this office and the advisory council. It clarifies our mission for public and for partner agencies. It improves access and reduces confusion about who we serve. It ensures that our organization or our organizational title is fully inclusive and representative, which is consistent with best practices in equity and civil rights. This renaming brings the state law into alignment with the communities that we serve, and it recognizes the full scope of our commitment to ensuring accessible, culturally adept services for deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing Marylanders. And for these reasons, I am in favor of supporting this bill for HB 439. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. DeBerry, and also to your ASL interpreter. We will move next to, actually, Delegate Kaufman is at MDAD president?
Yes.
Okay, all right. We'll move on next to her.
To Tina.
Katina, thank you.
Hello, chairs, vice chair Kerr. I am here to represent the Maryland Agency for the Deaf president. 1.2 million deaf and deafblind and hard of hearing Marylanders live in Maryland alone. And I work closely with the deafblind community. I've been doing so for over 30 years, but as the organization's president, it's been over 10 years. I've been able to see their struggle and how they are often overlooked. And we try to include them. They have lives. They're all human beings. And they live just like we do, even though they can't see, even though they can't hear. They still go about their daily lives just as all of us here do. And that's why it's important that we recognize them as human beings, their capacity to live their own lives and be autonomous, and we encourage and support the renaming of the office because they do not deserve to be overlooked anymore in the state of Maryland. So thank you so much for your favorable support of this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Katina, and I also want to thank your interpreter as well. Next, is it Ms. Blaze?
It's a gentleman.
Oh, gentlemen, okay. Mr. Blaze.
Hello. Hi, members of the committee. I am here to support including the deafblind in the naming of the Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. Thus far, it's been the Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing for 25 years, and it has expanded, and deafblind people have not been included. Let me back up. My name is Blaze Delahousse, and I am a proud Marylander. I am deafblind, as you can see by my name tag. And so I am signing to you really to address the strong barriers that deafblind people face every day and to discuss what we are doing about them. I have brought this up before to no avail. Often I'm told there are no resources, no money, and that we need more accessibility to services. Without deafblind in the title, many deafblind people don't know that that program can also support them. And we need those resources, which means we need the acknowledgement that that office also serves us. And having that name in the title, because we know sign language, deafblind people use Braille and also sign. And without the accessibility and access to that office, we face more barriers. And they often refer us to other agencies because they do not view us as, they don't think that we're included. So we need to change both internal practices and accessibility, increasing resources in state agencies and government agencies so that deafblind people are no longer invisible. By putting our name on the Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, then people know that they also serve us, so that way people know what type of resources are out there, and that will have a trickle effect outwardly in the community. The deafblind community is growing, and access is becoming, we need more access to improve opportunities for deafblind people. We need to stop being pushed to the sidelines so that we can thrive. I am asking you to consider including the name so that more deaf people can thrive going forward. We cannot delay this any longer. By adding the name, we can be visible, we can thrive. And that also allows for more connections and with our government and the resources that are there. So this is a step in the right direction. And I'm hoping that it'll also bring a smile to all of us in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hussein, and also to your interpreter again. We will next move to Ms. Fogarty, Catherine Fogarty.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Catherine Fogarty. I go by Kitty. And I am here to also request and in support of the renaming of the Governor's Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing to include the Governor's Office of the Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing. The purpose of this request is to acknowledge that the organization, that currently there are two organizations, one that serves deaf people and one that serves blind people. And as a Marylander, since 1995, I graduated from Gallaudet University and settled in Maryland. I have seen that deaf and low vision people and those who have lost I'm someone who myself has lost my vision. There are extraordinary barriers in attaining the resources that we need. And we really need to, as deafblind people, meet and have the opportunity to connect with our community rather than be disconnected from what feels like the entire world. We can no longer be separate. We are important, and we deserve being acknowledged by adding deafblind in the title or in the name of the organization. I have faced many barriers in searching for jobs. I've had interviews and not gotten hired. Where are my rights? Where is my security? Where are my accommodations? I see that people who are deaf get their needs met, people who are blind get their needs met, but then what about me? What about deafblind people? And so I'm asking that we bridge this gap by putting the name deafblind in the Governor's Office of Deafblind and Hard of Hearing. So that way people view the office as a place that also serves deafblind people, and that I hope you consider this bill, that it is important for us to have the same opportunities and rights as everybody else. Thank you so much. Again, my name is Kitty.
Thank you, Ms. Fogarty, and also thank you again to your interpreter. Thank you, Delegate Kaufman, for your bill. I wanted just to thank everyone for coming down today, and that we were able to make accommodations for them. And I want to thank their interpreters as well that were able to be here today to communicate their testimony for this bill. Looking to see if there are any questions from the committee. Seeing none.
I just want to say, Madam Chair, I forgot to say that this bill doesn't have a fiscal note.
Yes, thank you for yes, great observation. Thank you so much, Delegate Kaufman, and thank you again for the bill. We will move next, give folks some time, but we will move next to Delegate Bundari's bill, HB 435. Takes. And for Delegate Bandari, your sponsor panel is Jacob Leffler? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I do see that Ms. DeBerry is also presenting on this bill. I have, I'm assuming Ms. Katina from MDAD as well, and I have someone from PGCAD, the Prince George's County Association of the Deaf.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and wonderful colleagues of this wonderful new committee, Government, Labor and Elections. Few years ago, our state took a very significant step, passing a bill, deaf and hard of hearing. And that bill became the first in the nation after Hawaii. And we are so proud of the bill. And this bill is very, very simple. This bill extends a captioning provision to motion picture houses with at least 4 screens. Why this bill is necessary? The previous bill, we did great with that bill. However, the previous bill does not cover throughout the Maryland. Some of the part of our state, like Eastern Shore, right? Eastern Shore region is not covered by that bill. And this bill was passed last year from the House, and it is introduced in the same pasture. And National Association of Theater, or NATO, they were in agreement. I took their amendment, and I respectfully urge the committee to pass this bill. When we talk about the diversity, inclusivity, this bill is a real statement to that, and I would like to introduce Leffler. I would like to thank him as well. He's a great advocate to talk on this bill further. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and all of you for listening to us present this opportunity and how important it is for this to pass. I just want to make sure that everything is accessible for all people to enjoy the movie theaters. The current law provides open captions twice a week, but only for movie theaters with 8 screens or more. Currently, Eastern Shore has several movie theaters, but it does not meet that 8 screens or more requirement. They all have below 8 screens. Baltimore City doesn't have any movie theaters that are accessible. They don't have the inclusive theaters. But so some of them only have 5 to 7 screens. So we want to see this bill pass because Baltimore City, Eastern Shore, and other, western and southern parts of Maryland don't have, people have to drive like an hour or more sometimes because they live, for example, I live in Baltimore City and I have to drive out of Baltimore City to visit a theater. I can't just walk by, nearby in my home to see an open captioned movie in theaters. I hope to see this bill pass. It will lead a nationwide effort for other bills to pass as well, and I want Maryland to be a leader in that effort. Thank you so much for your support for this bill and for passing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leffler. Ms. Katina?
Hello, Chair Wells and Vice Chair Kerr and the committee. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to testify for Maryland Association of the Deaf. It's a nonprofit organization representing 2 million deaf Marylanders, or 1.2 million deaf Marylanders. I've met with deaf organizations from Eastern Shore, Maryland, who really want to be able to watch movies in the movie theaters. And many people go to the Eastern Shore to vacation, but people also live there year-round. So in that region, there are quite a lot of screens. There are quite a lot of movie theaters, but they don't have 8 screens. So sometimes they will travel up to 3 hours or more round trip, which is a challenge for Marylanders. This includes Baltimore City. This includes Western Maryland. If you're including the travel time, we just need to have more movie theaters that are accessible for deaf Marylanders. The devices that they currently have, such as the glasses, aren't reliable. They sometimes don't connect to the movie, and they're not well maintained by the staff. For those reasons, it really fails to provide equal access the way that open captioning does in a movie theater. When a movie is open captioned, we can enjoy a movie just like all of you can. We want to be able to enjoy and have equal access. The ratio in this state is 1 out of 6 people in Maryland have lost their hearing and we need to remove the requirement of the 8 screens for open captioning and bring it down to 4 to create more accessibility in the movie theaters. So thank you for your consideration on this bill.
Thank you very much. I know we're joined by, I don't have her name, so if you could state your name for the record, but from the Prince George's County Association of the Deaf, a representative from there. Thank you.
Gabriella Davis. Thank you, Chair Wells, Vice Chair Kerr, and the committee. My name is Gabriella Davis, and I am the president of Prince George's County Association for the Deaf. I would like to raise 3 areas of importance regarding HB 435 and what this bill can do for the diverse community. The first is that this problem is real. Theaters give out special caption glasses or screens, but they often don't work, run out, or are uncomfortable. Many people feel embarrassed using them. And it also can be tiring. The equipment itself can get worn out. And so open captions means having words right on the screen. That's something that would fix this problem for good and not rely on that equipment. And number 2, theaters that tried open captioning saw more customers. Big chains like AMC and Regal already do open caption showing in some places. Open captions make movies easier for kids learning to read, people learning English, anyone with hearing trouble, and even people who just like subtitles to catch every word. And when they do open captions, more people come, families, students, older adults, and the theaters end up making more money, not less. The third point is that other places are already doing it. There are some states and big theater chains like AMC and Regal that already do open caption screenings, and it doesn't hurt their business. It actually brings in more customers. It's not hard or expensive for the theaters to do. And so to wrap this up, please help us here. I'm asking you to support a new law that requires theaters in our state to show open captions for some movies every week. This small change would let thousands of people like me enjoy movies again. Thank you so much for listening. Gabrielle Davis.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. And then we'll hear last from Ms. DeBerry.
Sure. Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. On behalf of the Governor's Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, I am writing here to express strong support for House Bill 435. This legislation expands access to open captioning in motion pictures on screens in theaters around Maryland. Captioning, specifically open captioning, is essential to ensuring meaningful access to films for deaf and hard of hearing individuals. As a place of public accommodations, movie theaters should be accessible to all members of the community. As a place of public accommodation, it must. House Bill 435 advances this policy by increasing availability of captioned screenings of movies in theaters, and it improves accountability for reporting their requirements. It is especially important that this legislation applies to rural areas. Deaf and hard of hearing individuals live all over the state of Maryland. And access to open caption screens should not depend on geography. Rural communities often have few entertainment options, and in many cases, they only have one local theater. When caption screenings are not available, residents might not have any reasonable alternative, which effectively excludes them from fully participating in the community and cultural life. And to add, the resistance to captioning devices for small rural theaters is that they're not reliable, they are limited in availability, or that equipment has challenges. Open captioning is effective for including all and can provide access to the screenings where they can go with family and friends without needing a special accommodation or special equipment. And that's true for rural theaters too. We want this to be an accessibility standard that is equitable and consistent across Maryland and ensure that all cultures can enjoy the recreation and be included for all recreation options. So for HB 435, this would help to reduce isolation. It would promote equity and the rights of the deaf and hard of hearing Marylanders, regardless of where we live. I commend the sponsor of this bill for this legislation, and respectfully, I am hoping for a favorable support of this bill. Thank you so much, really, thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Delegate Fair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor for bringing this forward. We really appreciate it, Delegate. I represent Frederick in the General Assembly. I represent the Maryland School for the Deaf. We actually, for the committee to know, we had a deaf town hall in early January. It was the first in the state with Maryland School for the Deaf and the Maryland Deaf Community Center. And we heard about this issue as one of the top issues facing the deaf and hard of hearing community writ large across the entire state. So I really appreciate you bringing the idea forward. But for the panelists, I wanted, cutting into the spirit of the bill, it mentions that currently our state law says that they must host 2 screenings total. Can you explain to the body some of the challenges you have with just the 2 screenings that might become available that has open captioning?
I will answer your question. Right now, with the current law requires two times a week. But currently, they only provide it during the week, like weekday hours, which doesn't really allow families to go at night and also doesn't allow for weekends. And that's, for example, if you wanted to do something with your family on the weekend or go on a date or something like that, people don't have very limited options in their time. So yes, the law has some positives, but we are asking for the theaters to provide more open captioning to respect our request, because we want more available times for open captioning so that we can go. It would benefit our lives greatly. And I think we want some kind of control for the 3-week mandate.
Forgive me, explain the 3-week mandate.
So right now, the law says that for the first 3 weeks after a movie is released, it requires open captioning twice a week for the first 3 weeks. So that's what the law requires. So but after the 3-week time frame, they're not required to provide open captioning anymore. So we would like it to be then we become burdened by requesting open captioning on the days that we are planning to go.
So Delegate, understanding those challenges in addition, and your wonderful bill that you brought forward here today, if it's the will of the committee as we're talking about this, would you be open to having a more in-depth discussion about other ways we can make these things more accessible as well, in addition to the number of screens?
Yeah, for the record, thank you so much for your work as a delegate, and definitely I'm open to anything that helps our vulnerable communities and it restore independence and the dignity and its benefit, delegate, extend beyond one community, like supporting seniors, children developing literacy skill, English learners, and many others. If you have a great idea, if you could do better, definitely I'm open to that.
Yep. Thank you so much. Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you to the bill sponsor. Just seeing if there are any more questions from the committee. With that, seeing none, that will conclude the House bill hearing on HB 435. I want to thank everyone that came to testify. I also want to acknowledge the interpreters. I know there's 2 that were on screen, but there are others in the audience that were also helping some of the folks, especially the deafblind, assisting them. So I really want to express our gratitude for the accommodation and the support that you provide to allow those folks to come here and testify this afternoon. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll give them some time to depart. I want to go back to HB 554. I know for a fact I misspoke. I believe someone from DLS is here to present for the bill. Are they in the room with us from DLS? If you could raise your hand or acknowledge yourself. Okay, I do not see them. So we will hold on HB 554 for now. We will now move on to HB 136, Delegate Vogel. Good to see you again.
Oh, it's good to be back.
You don't get frequent flyer miles for coming back, but I wish we could give them to you.
I love a miles program.
Anyways, to see you, Delegate.
Good to see you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, here with everyone's favorite bill of this session, House Bill 136. In all seriousness, we have a really concerning issue around trust in our democratic institutions in this country right now. And I think we can point fingers and blame whoever we want to blame for that. But I also think we all have to have some self-reflection and realize where we can raise our own ethical standards. I think one area of great concern to folks here in the state has to do with the practice of committee dinners. We've all been to committee dinners. I've been to my fair share. And I think there is a concern around access. My point is I'm not insinuating that any one legislator can be bought out by a steak dinner or by a glass of wine. It's an issue of access and access to the time of legislators. I know many of you are very approachable and engaging with your constituents, and if they come to speak about an issue, you'll meet with them. Sometimes your staff will meet with them given the busy schedules that we all have, but it is nearly impossible for a constituent who cares about an issue to sit down with all of you at the same time, with everyone on one committee of jurisdiction at the same time, let alone for hours and hours at a time. Most of my constituents, all of our constituents, when they come to testify on an issue of concern, they really just get the 2 minutes before this committee or before a committee to present their case, to share their perspective, to express why they care about a certain issue and why a bill should pass or not pass. Certain lobbyists and corporate executives in the corporations that they represent get to not only have those 2 minutes, but then get to go to one of our favorite Annapolis establishments and sit with those same legislators for hours at a time, discussing the same bill that our constituents just had 2 minutes to discuss with the committee, except they get hours over steak and wine and cocktails. That difference in access is of great concern and should be of great concern to all of us as it is to our constituents. And I think it is contributing to the distrust that folks have with elected officials. And I think that this legislation, which would restrict these dinners by requiring that any off-site food or beverage exchange happen at an event that the entire General Assembly is invited to and that is open to the public. So no more backroom dinners and some greater transparency and fairness and access to all of our time. And with that, I urge a favorable report on House Bill 136.
Thank you. Ms. Scar, good to see you.
Emily Scar with Maryland PIRG. Thank you, Madam Chair. Maryland PIRG is a state-based, small donor-funded public interest advocacy organization with grassroots members across the state. We recommend a favorable report on HB 136 to update Maryland campaign finance laws to prohibit legislators from accepting meals from lobbyists, interest groups, and corporations during the legislative session. We talked a lot about the corporate interests and I think the lobbyists they come along with, but this does affect many of my friends, advocacy organizations as well who host these dinners. We've seen a steady increase in committee dinners for the last 5 years, and not only do the dinners give corporations well-funded special interests and their lobbyists special access to legislators, they also take up valuable time during the legislative session, giving legislators less time to hear from and serve their constituents. We've seen a decrease in activities in the evening led by more grassroots organizations and educational events because legislators are busy. When Maryland PIRG considers our position on state ethics and campaign finance laws, we always come at it starting with a vision of what our democracy should be and how best to achieve it. In a democracy, every citizen should have more or less equal opportunity to influence the actions of government. And a government of, by, and for the people requires political equality. That is, no demographic barriers such as wealth, race, gender, geography should make any one citizen more powerful than another. And a system with more political equality will ensure that lawmakers can prioritize what is best for the most people or what is best for a few well-heeled special interests. So allowing those with wealth, including corporations and special interest groups, special access to our elected officials during the legislative process undermines these democratic principles and weakens the voice of average people. So forgive me for the pun, but I hope you do have an appetite for this legislation this year or soon. We recommend a favorable report.
That's good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, you almost got past me, Delegate Tomlinson.
Oh. Nice to see you, Delegate Vogel. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm from Judiciary, so I'm not very familiar with these committee dinners you speak of. So learning about these. No, but a serious question. So the more I was thinking about this, I probably have more interaction with lobbyists probably outside of committee dinners, whether it's, receptions that they didn't necessarily organize, but they're just at, or just bumping into them out at dinner or, after hours or so. So I guess my question is, I don't want to give you any ideas here, but I mean, I don't think necessarily by ending the committee dinners, you would kind of cut off that extra that extra time that maybe they get with us, unless you just kind of prohibited them from kind of frequenting any establishment outside of the Senate or House office building.
Thank you for the question, Delegate. And again, I think it is a question of access. When a lobbyist comes to your office or runs up to you at an event, right, that they have the same opportunity and ability to do that as any other person in the state of Maryland, right? Your office is open. You can walk in there. You can share how you feel about a certain issue. Those dinners are limited not just to those who can pay for them, right? My constituents, most of them can't afford to take an entire committee of legislators out to basically an all-you-can-eat, all-you-can-drink steak dinner, right? But certain entities can. The other factor that needs to be considered here is that it's not just like anyone can walk up and say, hey, I'm hosting a committee dinner, right? Usually you have to have a registered lobbyist, right, that can organize that dinner, liaise with the committee. And I think what's frustrating about this, right, is that, you look at BG&E and Pepco, for example. BG&E and Pepco, we have constituents I had a constituent reach out to me not 30 minutes ago, right, about her utility bills. And as we're considering legislation that's going to impact people's utility bills, BG&E and Pepco are taking the legislators with jurisdiction over those issues out to dinner consistently during the legislative session. That to me is a concern, because whereas any constituent or any lobbyist from BG&E and Pepco can walk up to you or come to your office, when you're in those dinners, and I know you might not be as familiar given that you were on judiciary, it's just you and them in a closed room for hours at a time, and that to me seems unacceptable.
Madam Chair, may I add one thing? I think it's easy on this type of legislation to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. There's always more opportunities and things that might be problematic, or some of us would say are too much access or influence. The thing this legislation does is it's a clear, bright line around gift giving, frankly. So we already have rules, ethics rules about buying the meal. That's where this legislation is pointing. That is a form of a gift, and when we are allowing those gifts, up to what cost we're allowing those gifts, is the sort of, to me, the bright line of what makes it inappropriate. Frankly, with this legislation passed, you could still have a dinner. You just couldn't pick up the tab for the legislature for their steak and their alcohol. And so we're not solving every problem with access and influence, and there's probably nothing we can do unless we ban lobbying altogether, which I think would have some negative consequences. But this is setting a clear, bright line around that gift-giving component.
All right. I actually thought there was one more question. I do think the bill, because you mentioned the topic of accessibility, and I do think that when we talk about the accessibility, we think about a few things. The fact that this is probably one of, I don't want to say few state capitals, but it is a state capital that is largely inaccessible by public transportation. I know that we, from Baltimore City and other areas, there's a commuter bus, I think, that is 2 times a day going and coming from Annapolis. I do think that there are a lot of the public that are here in the daytime that we can engage with, but I do think that the bill brings up a deeper philosophical conversation about accessibility. And perhaps there's some opportunity for us to have discussion more comprehensively about how we can continue to make Annapolis more accessible. The fact that we have bill hearings in the middle of the day, and I know people make efforts to come here, and we're greatly happy about that. And there's opportunity to do virtual testimony, and a lot of opportunity for folks to submit written testimony, as well as a lot of us get phone calls from our constituents. And we have a pretty, I think, robust individually. The legislative offices have pretty robust constituent service, constituent outreach. So thank you for the bill. I don't see any more questions. We do appreciate the conversation. I think that we should continue to have it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So that concludes the bill hearing for HB 136. We will move next to Delegate Boucher. With HB 170.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I see where all the missing judiciary members wound up. Good afternoon, Chair Wells, Vice Chair Kerr, and distinguished colleagues on the committee. I'm here to present for you HB 170. It is the Study Commission for African American Civil War Sailors. During the Civil War, a total of 17,000 African American sailors served the United States Navy. Maryland contributed the most sailors out of all the states, 2,300. The Chesapeake Bay region, including Virginia, contributed a total of 35% of the sailors that fought in the Civil War to end slavery. During the interim, I met with state archives and the Maryland Department of Education about the value of this. We have previously passed 2 years ago a similar bill to honor the soldiers, which was easier to find the roles of that data, and we have it archived with the state. The best way I can describe this bill is with the fiscal note policy. This bill establishes a commission to study African American Civil War soldiers in Maryland. The commission must first study the history of African American Civil War sailors who fought for the Union Navy in Maryland, including their muster rolls, locations of service, and all distinguished honors and recognition awarded. And a second, to make findings and appropriate memorial dedication to our African American Civil War sailors in Maryland. Additionally, I think the most important part of this bill on the long term is supplying this data to our educational system. Now, the big concern the state had was whether this should be mandatory for jurisdictions, and that is not what this is about. Every educational jurisdiction should have the discretion as to whether they want to incorporate this information into their curriculum, especially the Eastern Shore counties and the Southern Maryland counties, which contribute the most to this historical data. And after all these years, 161 years have passed since the Civil War, I think these servicemen are long, long overdue for the recognition they deserve. So often, the history of African American soldiers and sailors in the Civil War have continuously been overlooked and ignored. And it is imperative that after all these years, we take the opportunity to delve into all this data, incorporate it into our archives, and provide it for the education of our children and their future. As someone who is a juvenile offender, I will advise you that to give inspiration to our juveniles is critical to their salvation in the future, and this is extremely important for the betterment of our state. Thank you very much. I hope you support this.
Thank you, Delegate Boucher. Questions for the bill sponsor?
That it?
That's it. We do have one favorable witness.
I thought there was Ken Phelps.
Yep. So Reverend Phelps, if you'd like to come up.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Vice Chair Kerr, members of the committee. I'm Ken Phelps. I represent the Episcopal Diocese of Maryland and the Maryland Episcopal Public Policy Network, which includes our sister Diocese of Washington and the Maryland-Delaware Synod of the Lutheran Church. It's a real honor and pleasure to be here. The Episcopal Diocese has led the way in the fight for reparations. We have put our money where our mouth is concerning that, but reparations is more than monetary. Repairing that breach is also about repairing story. And in this case, it's the theft of story. And Delegate Fisher knows we were all about this in Calvert County, making sure that those stories were told. And it is vital that we include the stories of these sailors in our history, that it becomes a part of that. Establishing a monument, I think, is a fabulous idea. Because we are richer for that. There's a quote from Orwell or someone about the theft of story and how important that is. And we need to understand that, by not allowing these stories to be part of our common knowledge and our common history is another way of saying that your contributions don't matter, or you're not important, or you're not vital to the common weal. And we know that's not true. And that's it. I'll spare the rest of the sermon, but the diocese urges a favorable report on this bill.
Thank you, Reverend Phelps. Do we have questions for the bill sponsor or the witness? Oh, thank you. Delegate Sample Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for the legislation. I was just curious, have you had an opportunity or had any support from principals or anyone from the education community, particularly from the Eastern Shore, or even some of the cultural facilities that are there as well? Because they really do appreciate this information and have historically been making some inroads for education.
I have not within the official submittal, but I have over the years accumulated input from all those parties that are very much supportive of it. So I was kind of a bit surprised not to see it come up. But this is a redundant bill that comes up. I think it fades out a little bit, but I don't want to give up on it because I feel it's very vital to the education of our children, especially on the Eastern Shore where so many African-American sailors joined because as slaves, they were the watermen. So they had all the experience necessary to incorporate into the United States Navy. Also want to point out something very critical. The United States Navy was the first armed forces to integrate African Americans in their service. They allowed both Caucasians and Africans to serve together, which was absolutely unheard of back then. So I think these men deserve the recognition.
Thank you. You just brought back memories of my grandfather, who's part of that integration. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Other questions? Delegate Boucher, thank you for the bill. Thank you for your testimony.
And thank you for all the help you provided with the previous bill. Have a blessed day, everyone.
My pleasure. Has anyone arrived for House Bill 554? Just making sure we take you as soon as you walk in. I don't see anyone, so let's go ahead with you, Delegate Ruff, House Bill 553. Do you have a sponsor panel?
Just have one. Just have one witness.
The virtual witness is not on your panel?
Is there a virtual witness?
There's a virtual witness, John Kern.
I did not have that
Okay,
information.
then we'll call him separately. Go ahead with your testimony. Thank you.
Give me one moment, Mr. Chair. I do apologize. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and to your absent chair, my delegation mate, and to the distinguished members of this brand new committee. First time here and glad to be with all of you. See my former appropriations member, Delegate Schindler. For the record, I'm Delegate Malcolm Ruff, District 41, Baltimore City, here respectfully requesting a favorable report on House Bill 553, which is an identical cross-file to Senator McCrae's Senate Bill 286, which has already been moved favorably by the Senate Finance Committee. House Bill 553 would require the Commission of Labor and Industry to post a user-friendly, searchable database of all active elevator inspection certificates on the Maryland Department of Labor's website. The tool would allow anyone, residents, families, caregivers, property managers, elected officials, and the like to search by street address, city, or county to confirm whether an elevator has a current valid inspection certificate. This might sound pretty simple, and it is simple in practice, but the impact will be quite profound, especially for Maryland's older adult community. For many seniors, particularly those living in affordable housing or senior living facilities which have numerous stories or floors, an elevator isn't a convenience. It's an essential for daily life, for accessing meals, medical appointments, social activities, and simply just being able to move about freely. When elevators are out of service due to delayed maintenance, inadequate oversight, or lack of transparency about inspection status, that independence disappears. And I know Ms. Matthews will speak further to that, and she actually is the inspiration for this bill. She is deeply entrenched in the older adult community, especially in Baltimore City, and knows the boots on the ground information about how this is affecting our older adults. Too often, families and residents have no straightforward way to know whether the elevators they rely on are up to code or safe to use. Without accessible inspection information, potential safety issues remain hidden until after someone gets hurt or inconvenienced or worse. This bill responds directly to that gap by making elevator safety information transparent and accessible to the public. It strengthens accountability because property owners and managers know that inspection status will be visible and available and publicly known to tenants and families. It will empower older adults and their loved ones to make informed decisions about their safety. And it supports local governments and community advocates in identifying buildings that may need additional oversight or intervention. The bill doesn't create any new inspection requirements. It makes existing inspections and their results easily accessible, which will strengthen trust in the system. For elders, particularly in District 41, my district, and even in your chair's district, District 40, where many residents live in multi-story apartments, condominiums, and senior housing, this bill promotes independence, dignity, and peace of mind. Helps families answer the very critical question: is the elevator that my parent, my grandparent, my uncle, my aunt, is it safe and up to code? So members, transparency, safety standards should not be optional, especially in the context of caring for older adults. I urge a favorable report so that we can advance this common sense measure that protects Marylanders and demands accountability. Thank you so much. I'm definitely open to answer questions and would also concede to Ms. Matthews for her testimony.
Okay, Ms. Matthews, if you'd like to go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Greeting, honorable legislators, chair and vice chair. Thank you, Delegate Ruff, for caring about the safety of older adults. My name is Sarah Matthews, founder and chairperson of the Gary Magnum Empowerment Team. I come before you today representing 143,000 older adults whose manumission is in both public and private residential housing in Baltimore City. We are seeking a favorable disposition on House Bill 553. For us, the establishment of a database is the initial step which will create a pathway to monitor the number of inoperable elevators and senior building, which is the primary concern for those of us who are tenants. Other members of the empowerment team would have been present here today, but there was a technical issue with registration on Friday. Nevertheless, I'm here to plead with you to render a favorable disposition on House Bill 553 on their behalf as well. I spoke with the chief elevator inspector at Dollar and made a request to have a category for inoperable elevators added to the database, and the time that said elevators are inoperable. He stated that it would not be in opposition to that request. The addition of the category is critical to disabled and veterans tenants, especially veterans who are double amputees. Thank you for this privilege. Hopefully your support on the passage of House Bill 553.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. I was a little worried there when you said that there were other people who wanted to testify that maybe they got stuck in an elevator.
We oftentimes do get stuck in the elevators, but no, they did not.
I would just say that the folks that Ms. Matthews had planned to have attended, and I heard this on more than one bill that people had difficulty signing up last Friday for testimony. But if the committee is interested, many of them testified in the Senate hearing, which is obviously readily available through the MGA website. So,
yeah, Delegate Siliberti.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was under the impression, and obviously I'm wrong, but there was and there might be an existing schedule for these elevators, or they just run up and down with no inspection.
So when you say a schedule, you mean a schedule for maintenance or a schedule for certification?
No, inspection.
For inspection?
Yeah.
Yeah. This bill doesn't deal with the schedule of the inspection. This just deals with the results of inspections and them being posted in real time of whether or not an elevator has actually passed a state inspection and is certified and up to code at that time that the person is searching the database.
How often is that state inspection?
That I don't actually know.
Once a year.
Once a year.
Just once a year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Schindler?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Delegate Ruff, for bringing this bill. And I just wanted to ask you, I saw in the fiscal note, and I went and checked it out, that the Department of Labor mentioned that they weren't sure whether or not their current spreadsheet that they use would fulfill the requirements of this bill. I went out and looked at it, and it looks like it does. To your point about the category, it sounds like they need to add a category for inoperable. But other than that, does that spreadsheet satisfy what you guys are looking for as far as the address and searchability, or are you guys looking for something a little different?
So I think the two categories that would be the most important are whether or not the elevator has been inoperable and how long and for what period of time, and then whether it has passed the certification inspection. So I think right now what you're getting at is that it would pretty much eliminate the fiscal note and allow this bill to be passed without having to use any additional general funds.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Seeing no more questions, thank you, Delegate Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We will bring up the virtual witness, John Kern.
Greetings, Chair, committee members, and thanks so much, Delegate Ruff, for your leadership on this issue, and Ms. Sarah Matthews, a tireless advocate for sure for these issues. I'm here to encourage a favorable report on HB 553. I work for a housing nonprofit up in Baltimore City called the SOS Fund, and that most of our clients are homeowners, but as the delegate mentioned, many of them are thinking about moving their family members into older adult buildings, and having a database like this to easily access and check those buildings for the elevator certificates would be a huge value add for them. And I think in addition to that, we've seen, just from an advocacy standpoint, the building of these type of databases in order to aggregate data on any kind of an issue beyond just elevator safety is really, really helpful for the family members, but also for larger advocates. And we've seen this model through the State Department of Assessments and Taxation, who have built similar databases, and then in an incremental approach, you can add to those databases. So I think this is a really, really good start to just see. And as the other delegate mentioned, it's an Excel spreadsheet right now that is obviously accessible if you can run a find and replace search on an Excel spreadsheet, but really having a resident be able to just log on and put an address in is much easier. And then in addition, the Department of Labor does have incident inspection reports that people can file. They're like a complaint. And we talked about how there's a gap between only, each year the certificates being updated, and those complaints are filed in between if an elevator is out for 2, 3, sometimes 4 months. And then, so eventually, after the database is set up, those complaint forms, for instance, could be aggregated on that database to just build ongoing data on the comings and goings of the elevator. So any kind of data approach, I think, for residents, for advocates is great. We, again, thanks so much to Delegate Ruff for your leadership on this, and urge a favorable report on HB 553. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Do we have questions for this witness? Seeing none, Mr. Kern, thank you for taking the time to join us today. Thank you for your testimony. Delegate Ruff, thank you. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 553. We will now move on to House Bill 67, Delegate Metzger.
Good afternoon. We're not at a funeral home today. This is the day the Lord hath made. I'll rejoice and be glad. So I rejoice every day. It's a privilege and an honor to serve. Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the record, Mr. Chair, Miss Vice Chair, Madam Chair, distinguished members, and I look around to see if you're really distinguished or not, but yes, you'll pass that approval there. For the record, Delegate Rick Metzger, District 6, what a joy it is. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm the sponsor of House Bill 67. This bill would allow the display of the 10 Commandments on the grounds of the State House. The 10 Commandments are the moral foundation of the laws of the legal system in Western civilization and the United States. It is permissible to be displayed on government property, which was upheld by the United States Supreme Court in 2005 and again in 2019. The 10 Commandments, by the way, are on display in the state capitol buildings in Texas, Arkansas, Kentucky, and there's many other places that they're initiating that as well. And as I will say that with the initial founding of the Muslim caucus, I think this is a very appropriate time, whether you're Jewish or not, or Christian. The 10 Commandments is a tremendous displayed as it mentioned, that passed by the General Assembly. The monument would be installed and privately funded with no taxpayer expense at all. I do want to read you part of a letter that was received this morning that it's just so pertinent that goes along with this, and it's from a positive letter. It's the founding of our nation. The study of Christianity and the Bible was the integral part of the educational and the law. Many colleges and universities, including law schools today, were started as a Bible college. The evidence and the cohesiveness between the Bible and the American law is irrefutable. Simply put, the laws are the guardrails of society. It is the importance to know the historical foundation of American law, where our law originated, the moral authority for our American system of justice, and indeed the 10 Commandments, which have influenced the creation of our nation and the rule of law and displayed in the United States Supreme Court and other public buildings. Ladies and gentlemen, I have you to know, or want you to know, that many years ago that there was one book that they used in school, and that was the Bible, and they used that for educational. And I have some people that has written favorable, and I believe we have a virtual witness, Bob Ballinger, and I'm a proud member of the National Association of Christian Lawmakers, and I'm the state chair for Maryland. And Senator Johnny Ray Salling is state chair as well. So I appreciate the support of this, and I believe this would be a tremendous bill. And think about it, in the Thurgood Marshall Mall out there, that how that would be so appropriate and the icing on the cake. So I appreciate the opportunity to share, and I stand boldly for the Lord.
Is Mr. Ballinger part of your sponsor panel?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and bring him up now.
Yes. He's been waiting forever, and I was told I was number one on the list, and I've been patiently waiting, so.
I guess he gave up waiting, but thank you. Do we have questions for Delegate Metzger? Delegate Tomlinson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Metzger. I don't want to surprise you, but the American Atheists wrote a letter in opposition. Did you get a chance to look at that at all?
Not really, but I don't, they're against everything.
They've got a quote in here where they're saying that the courts have found that the 10 Commandment monuments on public land are a textbook example of the government favoring.
They knocked that down in 2005 and 2019, Supreme Court did.
That's what I was going to say, because they've got, they're referencing an 84 decision, but you're referencing, you said 2005 and.
2005, 2019, and there's 7 other states right now that are talking about putting this out.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And again, it won't cost the Maryland state taxpayers one dime. It's privately funded throughout the United States.
Seeing no more questions, thank you, Delegate Metzger. We do have an unfavorable panel.
That's fine.
I'll call up Michael Reed and Daniel Meyer.
I'll sit right here.
Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for taking my testimony. I'm Mike Reed. I'm a representative of the Washington Area Secular Humanists, which is a social and community service organization incorporated in Maryland. I'm also the Maryland State Director for American Atheists and a longtime proud Maryland resident. I speak in opposition to the bill HB 67, titled State House Trust 10 Commandments Monument Display Act. They propose to place a 10 Commandments monument on the grounds of the Maryland State Capitol, State House. This would be a direct violation of our legal practice and cherished tradition of separating church from state. Maryland is religiously diverse and with residents of all faiths and many of none. The Maryland state government should always maintain a policy of strict neutrality on all matters of religion. Placing the 10 Commandments on public property, especially the State House, would in effect endorse and elevate one particular religion over others. I expect that the aim of the bill may be to do just that, in this case favoring Christianity. This would be alien to many Marylanders, even many practicing different versions of Christianity. And which version of the 10 Commandments? The Catholic version, Protestant, Eastern Orthodox, Jewish versions? They differ. Christian nationalists claim the United States is a Christian nation, or is intended to be, or that the 10 Commandments are the basis of our legal system. This is historically simply not true. There is no mention of Christianity or the 10 Commandments in the U.S. Constitution, which only mentions religion in Article 6 and the First Amendment. Both explicitly exclude religion from government. This is not to suppress or discourage religious beliefs or practices, but to prevent the practitioners of any particular faith from compelling others to live within their particular dictates. Christian nationalists often claim with absolutely no supporting evidence, none, that displaying the 10 Commandments would encourage better behavior. The 10 Commandments are inherently sectarian and belong in churches, synagogues, or private homes, not in any publicly owned space such as the Maryland State House. I urge the committee to continue to respect our long tradition of religious tolerance and pluralism in Maryland and provide an unfavorable report.
Thank you. Mr. Meyer, before we go to you, Delegate Metzger, your witness has arrived. We'll call him after the unfavorable panel. Mr. Meyer, go ahead.
Good morning, Vice Chair Kerr and members of the committee. My name is Daniel Meyer, a resident of District 10, and I stand in strong opposition to HB 67 for many of the reasons that Mike does as well. While proponents of the bill, such as Delegate Metzger, might believe that this honors our legal heritage, it fundamentally ignores both the diversity of Maryland's citizenry and the clear mandates of the U.S. Constitution. The Supreme Court has long held that for the law to be constitutional, it must have a secular legislative purpose. HB 67 fails this test. By mandating the display of a specific religious text, the state is not educating, it's endorsing. Furthermore, the very first commandment, thou shalt have no gods before me, is a direct theological contradiction to the First Amendment, which guarantees the right to have any God or no gods at all. It's a common misconception that our laws are derived from the 10 Commandments. In reality, the overlap is minimal. In addition to the direct conflict between the First Commandment and the First Amendment, the first 4 commandments are strictly religious in nature. Prohibitions against killing and stealing are not uniquely Judeo-Christian. They are universal natural laws found in Buddhist, Hindu, and atheist societies because they are necessary for any civilization to function. Many of the dictates of the remaining 6 are at odds with American life. Our economy is built on coveting, keeping up with the Joneses, as it were. That's the basis of capitalism. The command to honor thy father and mother is a social virtue, more rigorously practiced in East Asia or South Asia, where they're secular or Hindu or Buddhist, than in our own individualistic culture. The remainder, lying and adultery, are generally looked down upon in all societies because they are generally bad. Which version of the commandments is the official one? There is no universal list. Catholics, Protestants, Jews, and a number and translate them differently. By choosing one version, the state effectively picks a winner in a theological debate, alienating millions of Marylanders who follow different traditions. I urge you to vote no on HB 67. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have questions for this unfavorable panel? Seeing no questions, thank you both for your testimony. And now let's go back to Mr. Ballinger from the sponsor panel. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize that we were, anyway, just traveling. So I appreciate this committee, appreciate having the opportunity to come out and support this legislation. Years ago, 2017, I think the first modern version of this bill came through my committee when I was chairing State Affairs, State Agency Committee in Arkansas. And we looked closely at this legislation. We looked at the litigation that has surrounded it. So before that, Texas has had a 10 Commandments on their Capitol grounds for a long time. There was litigation over that, and the court in that case said that it was constitutional. And the reason why it's constitutional is because it's not about a particular religion. It's not about anybody's individual faith. This is about history. So historically, in fact, Western civilization is based on the ideas set forth in the Ten Commandments. HB 67, the language, the version of the Ten Commandments that they use is the version that they had in Texas that has already been litigated. So that's why it uses that specific language. And it is relatively universally accepted. And one thing I'd want to point out is multiple religions point to the same Ten Commandments as part of their fundamental ideas and beliefs. But then on top of that, these principles, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, those are principles that actually permeate almost every religion across the world. But in particular, it is foundational to Western civilization. So currently, there are multiple states that have 10 Commandments that are already up. We talked about Arkansas, Texas, Colorado has the 10 Commandments monument. Pennsylvania has it in a couple different courthouses. Even the U.S. Supreme Court has a image of the 10 Commandments being held by Moses. And then I think there's the 10 Commandments are listed both on the east and west gate of the Supreme Court. So this is not something that is this isn't innovative. When we passed it originally back in Arkansas, we weren't being innovative. We're being restorative. We were just going back to something that historically is fundamental to our founding, is that these are these types of philosophies about how individuals work and relate to each other, and the principles that underline and undergird our system. And so it isn't something that, if Maryland adopts this bill and they adopt the Ten Commandments monument, then they're going to find themselves in a broad company. A lot of other states, a lot of other governmental bodies have already adopted a Ten Commandments monument. And I think that's good for the system, and I think it's good for the state to go back and recognize that. It's a positive to memorialize that for future individuals and especially for education purposes. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for staying with us. Delegate Wu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So thank you, Delegate. So now here, both sides who are opposing and supporting this monument. First, I want to say there are more atheists growing in the last 20 years, from 19% now almost a third of the population is atheists. That's a huge population. I think I'm wondering, what other places you're thinking about we can put a monument to display 10 Commandments?
Myself?
Yeah.
I believe the 10 Commandments should be every courthouse, state house, and schoolhouse.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Delegate Metzger, and thank you, Mr. Ballinger, for staying with us.
Thank you, Bob.
This concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 67. I see that Delegate Grammer has joined us. I will now call House Bill 303.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could, I'd like to call up Mr. John Joslin and Mr. Mark Pennack.
Please have them join you.
I'll get started if it's at your convenience.
Please go
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Robin Grammer here to present House Bill 303. House Bill 303 requires the Office of the Attorney General to publish a handbook summarizing state law, federal law, and case law related to wearing, carrying, and transporting a handgun in public in Maryland, and requiring the handbook to be drafted in plain language so that it can be easily understood without special knowledge of relevant law and in a format that can easily be used to teach certain required firearms courses. I'll be really brief because this bill is really simple. do we want the people who sell, purchase, wear, carry, and instruct in related to firearms in our state to be as informed as they possibly can be? When we here in the legislature need clarity on a law, we go to the Attorney General. Well, that's what this bill asks. That's what this bill does, so that people who are engaged in firearm ownership can act with clarity. As you know, we've had Bruin. Maryland is now a shall issue state, and we've seen a significant increase in participation and carry of firearms in the state. And what this bill really does is it attempts to provide clarity for those who are participating, and particularly for those who are instructing. So with that, I'd be happy to take questions, and I'd ask for a favorable report on House Bill 303.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair. John Jocelyn, speaking on behalf of 2A Maryland. For the record, I am an NRA certified instructor in 7 disciplines. I'm a Maryland State Police qualified handgun instructor license holdee, and I also am a Glock armorer. Public Safety 5-306 sets forth the parameters that Delegate Grammer just read to you. The current Maryland State Police course is 71 pages. Over half of those pages are devoted to Maryland statutes and case law. But many of what it contains is not germane to the issue of wear and carry. Unfortunately, it's written in what we call lawyer speak, which is neither instructor nor student friendly. Maryland's wear and carry laws, the training should be clear, easy to understand, and not burdened with page after page of irrelevant statutory language. It's interesting to note that this can be accomplished with the existing funding that we have for the Attorney General's office. No matter where you stand on the issue of concealed carry by citizens, it is now the law of the land. We have approximately 200,000 active carry permit holders, and it's in everyone's best interest that these carry permit holders have a working understanding of the statutes and the implications of case law. We urgently ask for a favorable report on this particular bill. Thank you so very much.
Is Mr. Panic also in your sponsor panel? Let's bring up the virtual witness, please. Welcome, Mr. Panic. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Mark Pennick. I'm the president of Maryland Show Issue, Second Amendment Advocacy Organization. I'm a member of the Maryland Bar and an active participant in the education of Marylanders with respect to Maryland's truly amazingly complex system of firearms law that govern the wear and carry of transport of handguns in Maryland. It's hard to overstate the need for this kind of education that the bill would provide. Every week, if sometimes multiple times a week, I get direct communications from people who are seeking to understand how Maryland regulates this subject matter. And it's not easy. Just to give you an example, we have members and non-members alike who are being cited for transporting a handgun through a state park on the way from A to B, not even stop in the state park. And yet they're getting criminal citations for the mere transport. These are carry permit holders, people who have been trained, people who are otherwise generally aware of the law, but they weren't aware of the Department of Natural Resources regulations. So we have regulatory authority regulations of wear and carry and transport of firearms throughout the Maryland statutory code and the Maryland regulations. You can see examples of that on our Maryland Show Issue website. People are simply unaware. They don't even know there are issues to be aware of so they can consult with counsel. So the need for this kind of legislation is acute. And the legislature, the General Assembly, has already gone down this route in 2023, I believe, in passing HB 824, which requires the Attorney General to issue a notice of every law that the General Assembly passes that year. And this is simply an implementation of that. We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Let's see, Delegate Schmidt.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question for Mr. Jocelyn. And I appreciate the work that you do. It sounds like it's an educational piece that we need to work on. My question would be, what statutes apply to self-defense, defense of others, defense of property? As a recovering judiciary member, I remember this bill a little bit from last year, but can you enlighten us on that topic?
There are actually no statutes that address these topics. It's all case law. And that is promulgated by a court based upon a given case that they heard, and they set the parameters saying, based upon this particular case and the circumstances, this is how we rule, this is what should or shouldn't have been done. For the lawyers, that's a little easier to do, since most of the 3,600 plus instructors are not lawyers. They are really at a disadvantage when it comes to interpreting case law and being able to convey accurate information to their students. In point of fact, when you look at the State Police Handbook, they stress that their course is intended for people who are very, very knowledgeable and experienced in the matter of firearms training and the law. So as it is right now, we are at a disadvantage, and we're simply trying to bring everything up to speed so that citizens will have the information they need in order to navigate the convoluted laws that we have. I compiled on my website, 2amaryland.org, the Maryland statutes of the basic laws, not getting into case law. It's 305 pages long. And I did that because I needed a reference, because so often questions came up and I was searching for it. So I did this compilation along with an index of what to look for and where to look for it. And it was so useful, I published it. And it's a very popular download because citizens really want to know, and they use this as a resource. But that still doesn't mean they're not going to be calling with questions on things they don't understand.
Thank you, and thank you, Delegate. It keeps you gainfully employed, doesn't it?
Would that I were employed.
Thank you.
Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maryland law does say that a law can't be ambiguous to the point where it becomes, I guess, a denial of due process. And there's no constitutional right to easy-to-read laws, but there is a constitutional protection against laws so unclear they deny due process. Do you, based on your testimony, do you feel like that's where we're edging into, we're denying due process because it's so difficult to?
I believe that the way things are written right now makes it very difficult for private citizens who are not lawyers to successfully navigate these statutes and understand them fully and not end up transgressing simply because they thought they understood it, but they didn't. One of the sections on case law dealing with defense of property gives 3 parameters where you can use force to protect your property. But 2 lines later, it says, by the way, you can't use deadly force. Now, unless you read that entire section and put it all together, you could be left with the impression that deadly force could be used to protect property, which is not the case.
And if I may add to that, Delegate, the Maryland Supreme Court only a few years ago said, this is Lawrence versus State, examined 4-203 of the criminal law article, noting that imposes strict criminal liability, and that was the legislature's intent. And yet that same case, the Maryland Supreme Court asked the General Assembly to clarify that and at least provide a mens rea requirement so as to lessen the ambiguity associated with 4-203. And bear in mind that 4-203 regulates the carry not only of permit holders, but also for people who do not have permits but nonetheless fall with an exception articulated in 4-203B. And that covers transport. Now, transport does or does not include stopping to get gas? Not clear. Does it not include stopping just to go to the bathroom? Not clear. So there's just the case law on that and the questions of when you may have legitimately transported a firearm under federal and state law, what 18 U.S.C. Section 922A encompasses under federal law, which provides an exception. That is all very complex. And I completely agree with you that Maryland law, as the Maryland Supreme Court said in Lawrence, is not clear. I would urge this body to, as much clarification as possible, at least provide that people have notice of the unclarity.
Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So welcome to Delegate Grammer, fellow member of the Freedom Caucus. Question I have is, it seems like there is a kind of a Byzantine system that's just incredibly difficult to understand. And I hear this all the time from constituents. And I understand the bill's purpose is to try to bring some clarity to this Byzantine system. So my question is, the system that has been created by this legislature for exercising your Second Amendment right, has it been created in such a way to be so difficult on purpose, do you believe, to try to discourage your right to protect yourself and your family and your property?
I believe that the two bills that were passed in the 2023 session, I believe it was SB1 and it was House Bill 824, both were reactions to the Bruin decision the previous summer.
Mm-hmm. And the other question I have is given the governor's great glee that he signed a bill today to allow criminal illegal aliens to be released from jail, it's interesting that there is a disproportionate law that protects them, but you can't protect yourself without having to worry that with this Byzantine law, or all these laws that are together that are so Byzantine in their nature that you can't, you're afraid you might be in violation of it.
Yeah, and I think that gets to the crux of the issue. Let me provide a brief analogy. Mm-hmm. What if you were driving a car and you got 10 tickets every time you drove it from point A to point B? You know, you'd say, I don't understand what's going on here. You'd look for clarity. Well, what the people who, gun owners want to be legal. People who sell guns want to be legal. People who carry guns want to be legal. But the law regarding that, what Mark spoke about is culpability, knowingly. There are a lot of things that you can be jailed for that it doesn't, the Maryland Supreme Court has asked for clarity on. They have asked for us to fix. Mm-hmm. We have not. And Marylanders who own or carry a firearm just want clarity.
Yes.
So what we're asking here, and I think this gets to the point of your question, is just write it in simple language so average, everyday gun owners can have clarity on how they should act in our society.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Grammer, does that conclude your sponsor panel?
It does.
Okay, we do have another favorable witness, so let me excuse you and let me call up Wayne Kradick.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and distinguished members of this committee. My name is Wayne Samuel Kradick, Jr. I reside in Myersville, Maryland. I wish to thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of House Bill 303, Handguns, Wear, Carry, and Transport Laws Handbook publication. By way of introduction, I have been blessed to be able to serve Maryland citizens in a number of capacities. For the past 25 years, I've been an elected municipal official, the government closest to the people, serving as a mayor and currently as a town council member. During this time, I have also supported my local community as a volunteer first responder in the role of fire police and a Maryland State Certified Emergency Medical Technician. Additionally, I am an adjunct instructor at my local community college teaching basic life-saving CPR to medical students and professionals, as well as heart-saver CPR to lay people. I am here today in support of House Bill 303 in another role as an NRA certified pistol instructor and more specifically a Maryland State Police qualified handgun instructor. I have been a Maryland State Police qualified handgun instructor since the implementation of the legislation governing the wear, carry, and transport of handguns in October 2013. I've had the privilege of instructing and certifying many of Maryland's citizens over the past 13 years to include women and men, members of Black and Asian churches, synagogues, and mosques. I will also forever be honored to have spent the required 16 hours of instruction teaching and certifying a sitting United States Supreme Court justice. Today, I am asking this committee to consider and move forward this legislation to have published and maintained a handbook summarizing state, federal, and case law regarding the wearing, carrying, and transporting of handguns in the state of Maryland. This legislation will mandate the handbook be written in a way that is easily understood by all Maryland citizens without special knowledge of the laws of the state, and formatted for direct use by Maryland State Police, qualified handgun instructors, and related firearm safety courses. At present, the primary official resource for such critical information is the Maryland State Police Licensing Division Internet website, but for many individuals and for a variety of reasons can be difficult to navigate. The proposed handbook will be absolutely beneficial and necessary because Maryland's firearm laws are among the strictest in the United States and often change due to new legislation like the Gun Safety Act of 2013, Senate Bill 1, and to this day, ongoing court rulings. Because certain transport and carry violations are strict liability offenses, a person may be convicted even if they didn't realize they were breaking the law. A plain language guide helps residents avoid unintentional felonies. Case in point, veterans are exempt from many of the requirements to obtain a wear and carry permit, but may not have knowledge of the federal and state requirements regarding
I'll have to ask you to
sensitive
wrap
places.
up. Your time's expired.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Questions for this witness? Okay. Seeing no questions, that concludes the hearing on House Bill 303. We will now move on to House Bill 167. Delegate Foley.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I bring up my panel?
That would be a good idea.
Okay. So I have Marie Laporte, and I have Chris Colby, and Mark Dennis.
I recognize my fellow Rotarian from Carroll Creek Rotary.
Ah, okay.
I'm dropping everything now. Go ahead, Delegate Foley.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wells, Vice Chair Kerr, and members of the Government, Labor, and Elections Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Linda Foley, and I'm presenting HB 167, gasoline-powered leaf blowers, purchase and use prohibitions. I have been on a multi-year crusade to try to reduce our reliance on gasoline-powered leaf blowers, and this is another attempt at that. HB 167 slowly phases out the use of gas-powered leaf blowers on state property by state agencies and state contractors. It does not include any language about private users or private businesses. This bill has the state leading by example. The bill would require the state government or any contractor or subcontractor employed by the state working on state-owned land to transition to electric leaf blowers as current devices are replaced. So it does not require immediate replacement. It just says that as you replace the equipment, you need to replace it with electric rather than gasoline-powered leaf blowers. They must convert all their blowers to electric by January 1, 2031. The bill also requires them to comply with local gas leaf blower ordinances in place across the state. To be clear, this bill is not a statewide ban on the use of gas-powered leaf blowers, nor would it directly affect individual consumers or homeowners. And contrary to testimony that was submitted, it also would not affect farmers. In addition, HB 167 makes several exemptions for state agencies, including for wildland fire suppression activities, prescribed burn management activities, firefighting activities carried out by authorized personnel, and emergency response activities. I've worked with various state agencies on this bill for almost a year and have tried to address their concerns. I will continue to work with them if needed. The Climate Solutions Now Act, passed by this General Assembly in 2022, was one of the most consequential laws in the country on the effects of climate change. It sets ambitious goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The Act calls for a 60% reduction below 2006 levels of fossil fuel emissions by 2031, and a further goal of net zero emissions by 2045. To accomplish this, the climate law includes measures regarding building energy standards, state passenger fleet electrification, and a pilot electric school bus program, among many other initiatives. But we will need more emission-reducing measures to reach these goals. In Maryland, gas-powered lawn equipment puts out smog-forming pollutants equivalent to that of 6.4 million cars. There are 5 million cars and light-duty vehicles registered in Maryland. 85% of the pollution from lawn care equipment comes from devices with two-cycle engines, like gas leaf blowers. A gas leaf blower running for an hour emits smog-forming pollution comparable to driving a Toyota Camry 1,100 miles, about the distance from DC to Miami. A gas leaf blower engine emits nearly 300 times the hydrocarbons of a pickup truck and releases excessive carbon dioxide and nitrous oxides. If Marylanders were to electrify all their two-cycle lawn care devices, it would be the equivalent of taking more than 5 million cars off the road. This would markedly improve the health of Marylanders and reduce healthcare costs. This bill is much more modest than that, but it would begin to reduce the harmful effects of hydrocarbons in our air. Fortunately, electric and battery-powered leaf blowers are widely available. They are powerful, but are much quieter than gasoline-powered ones. They are comparable in purchase price and have far lower operating costs and maintenance costs. They are essentially maintenance-free. More importantly, a transition to electric-powered leaf blowers will improve the health and safety of state workers who regularly use these devices and regularly breathe in these harmful pollutants. Gas leaf blowers are also a source of dangerous levels of noise for users or anyone else near them. Decibels are on a logarithmic scale, so every increase of 10 decibels is a 10-fold increase in noise. Electric leaf blowers typically emit well under 75 decibels. In comparison, gas-powered leaf blowers emit 90 to 112 decibels, roughly a 100-fold increase, which damages hearing, impacts sleep, creates tension, increases blood pressure, and affects human hearts. Just 2 hours of noise at 85 decibels, for example, or 15 minutes at 100 decibels exceeds National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health standards and can cause hearing damage, especially for those operating the devices. This damaging level of noise also affects countless species of wildlife, like birds, and even pets and pollinators. The state already budgets to replace the leaf blowers at the end of their useful life. These are gas leaf blowers that they budget to replace. While extra batteries needed for some professional users can be expensive, it's worth noting that significant fuel savings are expected to more than offset any upfront costs. We have worked with the Department of Natural Resources along with other state agencies to address previous issues with the bill. We continue to be committed to be partners in change. And I also want to point out that many jurisdictions in the state, more all the time, have recognized the benefits of converting to electric blowers. These jurisdictions include places like Chevy Chase, Somerset, Tacoma Park, University Park, Hyattsville, Annapolis, Baltimore City, Anne Arundel County, and the largest jurisdiction in the state, Montgomery County. Each of these have limited the use of gas-powered leaf blowers. Washington, D.C. has had a ban on gas blowers in place for several years. Other jurisdictions around Maryland are currently considering additional limitations. HB 167 is the first step in the right direction to reduce environmental impact on gas-powered leaf blowers. It will help put Maryland on the right path toward quieter communities and cleaner air, and I urge a favorable report. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Delegate. We will move to folks on your panel. I'll begin with Ms. Laporte. Laporte, thank you. 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Marie Laporte. I'm speaking on behalf of the Maryland Sierra Club in favor of HB 167. We all pay the health tax from gas leaf blowers. We hear the deafening sound even indoors. Over time, many landscapers experience hearing damage, and the noise is even loud enough to damage the hearing of a baby in the womb. One gas leaf blower puts out carbon monoxide equal to 23 Ford Raptor pickup trucks. Workers breathe in this exhaust for hours, which can cause headaches, nausea, and dizziness at day's end. These devices also spew a tremendous amount of toxic carcinogens and fine particulate matter, called PM 2.5, that cause asthma, lung ailments, cancers, heart attacks, reduced immunity, and even decreases male fertility. These first harm the operator, but the pollution then harms us all. For example, asthma, which is significantly caused by air pollution, affects 10% of Maryland adults. It results in 24,000 hospital visits and stays and costs us $70 million in health care, not including lost wages and school days. Maryland is in serious non-attainment of federally mandated air quality. A reasonable transition to electric lawn care equipment is low-hanging fruit. Two-cycle devices produce powerful vibration that permanently damages the hand and arm nerves and arteries and disabling workers, including state workers. The state is directly paying the health tax with surgeries and disability claims. Electric leaf blowers are now highly rated with durable 95% recyclable batteries and good run times. Pell-length leaf blowers can last 4 to 6 hours on a single charge. For professional users, batteries are expensive, but opponents neglect to mention the operating cost savings. Estimates from manufacturers and municipalities suggest professional users can reasonably expect break even in well under 2 years and enjoy savings for the rest of the product life. We urge a favorable report on HB 167. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Colby or Mr. Dennis, whoever wants to begin first.
Sure.
Make sure you're talking to the mic. There you go.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, committee members. Thank you so much for the time. Chris Colby with Backyard Bounty, speaking in favor of HB 167. Backyard Bounty is a small landscape firm based in Maryland. It specializes in native plants, habitat creation, stormwater management, and ecological garden management, what most of us refer to as garden maintenance. We switched to all-electric equipment about 7 years ago. We were one of the first landscaping companies in Maryland to do so. While not perfect, this switch was absolutely the right thing to do. The environmental reasons to switch are well known, as articulated by Delegate Foley and Marie, but even better is what it's done for the safety and comfort of our crews who work with us. If you don't like listening to a gas-powered leaf blower out your window, try wearing one on your back for hours on end. I've done it, and it's not fun. Same goes for driving a truck with smelly gas equipment inside the cab because it's raining and you can't leave the equipment out in the truck bed. You get home smelling like gasoline and having nasty stuff all over you. The equipment now is significantly better than it was 7 years ago when we started in both power and durability. We've not had any issues with equipment performance, even during leaf season. When needed, we supplement with rakes. Each truck of ours carries spare batteries. When we arrive at a client site, the first thing we do is we plug in the spare batteries before getting to work so that the batteries are in constant rotation throughout the entire day. Our maintenance agreement with our client states that we can use the client's outlets to charge our batteries. We have never once had a client balk at charging at their houses. We have 250, 270 maintenance clients throughout Maryland, and not one has ever actually complained about doing that. We've never had any issues with fires or other hazards that some folks will say, oh, gee, we can't do this because my warehouse might explode. We've been doing this longer than anybody else, and it's never been an issue. To the contrary, we've actually had many clients remark positively on how quiet our visits are and are happy to recognize how beautiful their gardens are, even though they didn't know that we were here. We urge you to support this legislation, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis. You're next.
Sorry, didn't want to do it wrong.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 167.
My name is Mark Dennis, and I've lived in Maryland my whole life and have worked in the landscape industry for half of it. And I'm going to speak more from personal experience today, and I can tell you, and my wife would agree, that electric leaf blowers are not only significantly quieter than gas-powered machines, but the quality of sound is fundamentally different. It's lower in intensity, smoother, and far less disruptive. At the company I work for, our residential clients consistently comment on how much more pleasant it is, and I certainly agree. This is great for folks working at home or babies napping as well. Likewise, the benefits of better air and noise quality would certainly extend to university campuses and state parks across Maryland. Reduced noise is not just a convenience, it's a quality of life and public health issue. Electric equipment is also cleaner and easier to use. It's plug and play with no fussing about, with inefficient 2- and 4-stroke engines. Fueling up and using gas-powered leaf blowers constantly exposes folks to fumes at ground level. By contrast, electric equipment produces 0 on-site emissions. Transitioning away from gas-powered blowers directly improves air quality for workers and for the communities they serve. Importantly, the 2031 implementation date provides a reasonable and responsible timeline. It gives contractors ample time to plan, replace equipment through normal replacement cycles, and adjust bids accordingly. This is a practical transition, not an abrupt one. Electric equipment is the future of landscape maintenance in residential, commercial, and municipal settings. It is quieter, cleaner, easier to maintain, and better for our communities. I respectfully urge you for your favorable consideration of HB 167. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing if there are any questions for the sponsor panel, Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Foley, for another good bill. Could you speak, and I'm sorry, I just joined a little bit late, so if I missed this, could you speak to the cost of the batteries and whether that would be a hardship for people who switch over to electric leaf blowers?
Okay, I'm going to let Ms. Laporte take that question. Thank you. Go ahead.
So as our landscapers already noted, they have been using these for 7 years, and they are a viable concern that is sufficiently profitable. In all honesty, yes, batteries can be expensive when you're looking at, your first time getting into the business. But what is often missed in this is that many estimates actually show savings of up to perhaps over $1,000 per device, and it depends on how much you use that device. So if you spend $1,000 or $1,500 on batteries for a heavy commercial user, and by the way, Backyard Bounty doesn't actually spend that much in the batteries from what we've talked about because they actually continually charge where they go. But let's say you wanted to have batteries to last the entire day, so you spent that much more. You would actually save about $1,000 a year in fuel. So about midway into year 2, you are actually in a better position by having bought batteries than you are buying gas and oil. And right now our gas and oil is pretty low. But you remember just a few years ago, we were paying $5 at the pump. So electricity really, to charge your batteries costs you about 10 cents for every dollar you're spending in fuel. So you get right-sized pretty quickly. And I also just wanted to mention, you also don't have the heavy maintenance with electric equipment. You turn it on, you charge it, and you go. You don't have to go out and buy gas every day. You don't have to change the spark plugs. You don't have to clean the carburetors, and all of that creates downtime for workers.
Thank you. Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing the bill once again. The way that it's been described by everybody up there sounds like the greatest thing since sliced bread, so why do we need a law? Wouldn't they also see all the benefits that you just pointed out? You're saving money. It's better for the workers. I would assume whenever you have this many benefits that people would automatically do it. I mean, obviously there's a huge physical impact because it says it in the physical bill. They just don't put a number on it, so it's significant. But I guess I'm going to give you the opportunity to address the opposition on why you think they're wrong for pushing back against this.
Well, I'll start. Okay. So thank you, Delegate, for that question. I think, first of all, the opposition, and as you pointed out, I have brought this bill a number of times in different forms and in front of different committees. And the opposition continues to recede. And I think the reason that the opposition, both in terms of numbers and volume, recedes is because the technology does continue to get better, as you acknowledge. And so why aren't people doing it on their own? Because some are. So, for example, the National Capital Park and Planning Commission in the National Capital Area of Montgomery County and Prince George's County originally opposed this bill, I think it was 3 years ago, and now they have gone to all electric. So for all of their lawn equipment. So they have actually transitioned. But and that is happening. I think the point of this bill is we are the state of Maryland. We have control over this, so it's time for us to transition. And we, as the legislature, are in charge of these departments. And, it's my belief that we should have, we should pass legislation that says this is our policy to transition. Just like the National Capital Park and Planning Commission, for example, has transitioned, and just like these landscapers have transitioned. So, that's how I would answer that. And I don't know if you want to continue.
Yeah, I also wanted to mention that the University of Maryland at one point was opposed to this bill, but they actually converted 3 years ago to electric leaf blowers themselves. And their staff actually really prefers it. Michael Ellis has submitted testimony as a groundskeeper from the University of Maryland. I think that some of it is, people have been in the business for a long time and they've used gas forever. They may have tried an electric device at some point and been unhappy with it, but the devices are getting so much more powerful and have so much more battery runtime than they used to. If you tried one of these devices 5 years ago and said it wasn't really up to snuff, I think you'd be very surprised now using them. And University of Maryland has a professor who has started a business called ION here in Beltsville. They have been licensing that technology to leaf blower companies, including Stanley Black & Decker, which also has an even quieter one. But these innovations are huge. So somebody who used it a few years ago may not appreciate how much the field has changed.
And I agree with you, and I think free market principles would bring it there. And when we start to force things, we do it to our own peril, and then innovation starts to slow up. And I think if we just allowed the free market principles to be applied, that it would bring about a much better result, I guess is kind of my point in asking that question.
Yeah.
It's not that I'm not anti-battery powered, I have plenty of them. It's just a matter of giving flexibility, especially in a tight budget where we're seeing right now. And if we're going to add another cost onto our state, I think it's a bad position to put them in.
Well, again, just to remind you, the upfront capital cost is more expensive. But I used to do financial analysis for companies like Procter & Gamble. And I can tell you, if you look at the operating expense, we only look at the capital expense without considering the tremendous savings in operating expense. If you put those two together, you are much better off with a much better return on your investment by going with battery. And that's not even counting the health of your workers. One employee at one particular site had 3 hand surgeries, and I understand that some employees now have taken to wrapping their hands in towels to avoid this vibration because they know they are getting nerve damage. We are now combining the information that we're paying in health care for these workers with the expense that we are paying for the leaf blower.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Delegate Terraza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Foley, for your perseverance on this very important bill. I got a text from my daughter this summer that was like, what are you doing about these leaf blowers? And I'm like, actually. But a quick question for you. And you sort of just touched on it, Ms. Laporte just touched on it a little bit, but can you talk about the sort of harm to employees? You said something about them wrapping their hands in towels. Can you explain why that's different for the gas-powered versus the battery-powered, and any other injuries that you've seen that sort of we'd end up paying for in healthcare costs?
Sure. So the first obvious one is hearing damage. For people who are using these devices day in, day out, as the landscapers, commented on, you are at ground zero for that noise. 90 to 112 decibels is deafening. Many workers are not properly trained on hearing protection, and for contractors, many of them are not even given any hearing protection. So that's the first most obvious thing. Some of the other things, though, the pollution is also quite stunning. The symptoms that I mentioned are also consistent with carbon monoxide poisoning. So workers are breathing that in on a daily basis. I don't know that the state has ever looked at the asthma rates for their employees, but I would suspect that they are probably likely higher than the state average by being exposed to this. And the last thing that I mentioned is called hand-arm vibration syndrome. It's a known issue. It is studied globally. As much as roughly 10% of people who work with this equipment get this. It is damage to the nerve and to the artery. It's often seen with a whitening of the tips of the finger where the circulation has stopped, leading workers who have cuts and things to have greater infections. I am aware of one employee who's had multiple surgeries and was out for a period of time on disability. Another employee, and I've only spoken to 2 state employees, by the way, at one particular site. So I have no idea how much is out there. Another employee had a rotator cuff tear from repeatedly pulling the cord on starting gas products. So those are just a few of the things: disability, healthcare claims, hearing aids, et cetera, that we're probably paying for. Well, I know we're paying for across the state, but I have no way of getting that information.
Thank you very much. Delegate Solomon?
Oh, wait,
Sorry, just one quick thing.
Real quickly, please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, real quickly. Our team actually absolutely loves this stuff, and they consider it a badge of honor. And it is just so much better for them to go to work now that they actually kind of have fun looking down on other landscapers across the street who are still using the gas-powered leaf blower stuff. That's really where it's at. Is it's better for our team.
Thank you, Delegate Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Foley, thank you for bringing the bill, and I appreciate the evolutionary process on this, because I know it's been a long time coming to this point. Just wanted to ask a question about the fiscal note, because I found it to be sort of incomplete, and I'm a little frustrated that DGS didn't give us any data. Just curious, from your analysis and your work, I know it sort of mentioned it in there and appreciated that DNR did respond. I would think that obviously there's a significant amount of, beyond just the purchasing of fuel, obviously there's a significant amount of maintenance costs with something that has an engine and a motor in it, as opposed to that, again, expense on the front end. So I'm just curious if you had done any calculations potentially to supplement what we didn't get from some of the agencies on how much this could save potentially, or what if we're getting more to a neutral point with the savings in the longer term.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Delegate Solomon. I too am frustrated with the fiscal note on some level, because it is, we have really pressed these agencies to tell us, and we've called and talked to all kinds of agencies across the state, not just DGS and DNR, which are 2 of the larger ones, but the Bureau of Prisons, Highway. We've reached out to a lot of these agencies, and I think it is very difficult to get those numbers. And they haven't provided them. I do know that at DNR, they did discuss with us that we're talking about DNR itself has somewhere in the neighborhood of 120 leaf blowers, and they are already making the transition to electric. So it is a little confounding to see that they think that, this is going to really cost them, the fiscal note keeps going down, and that this is going to cost them even what they say it's going to cost them, because at some point, those that equipment has to be replaced, and that has to be in the budget. Now, granted, you've heard here that, the upfront costs on the batteries, on the devices themselves, it's not much different than, electric versus gasoline powered. Where the upfront costs are more is on the battery, as has been pointed out. But the fiscal note also notes that there will be fuel savings, but they have never been able to put a dollar amount on the fuel savings. I do know that DNR did discuss with us that they are, I think I may have already said this, but 120 leaf blowers basically, and the number keeps going down because they are replacing them with electric before this bill even comes into effect. So, that's, I think, the department that uses them the most. Remember that we also have given exemptions for things like firefighting and fire management, which is what DNR uses these for a lot. So it is hard to kind of get your hands around what those costs are. I don't know if you have any additional information on that.
We do have a couple virtual folks as well, but no, thank you. I think this has been a really thorough conversation. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way, but we do have some additional folks that want to provide testimony in favor of the bill. Are there any more questions for the sponsor panel? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to our virtual. We have Mr. Dan Delventhal. I think I see you on the screen, Mr. Delventhal. Are you able to turn on your camera? Perfect. Hello, how are you? You have 2 minutes. Good afternoon, good to see you.
Good to see you. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you just fine.
Excellent. Well, I'm happy to be here. I'm Dan Delventhal. I own Mow Green Landscapers in Connecticut. We tend 60 acres weekly with no gas leaf blowers, no gas anything. I'm in favor of HB 167. GLBs cause irreparable but avoidable harm to operators, bystanders, air, soil, and water with local and global ecosystem impacts. So protect your staff and residents to establish precedent to lead your cities to do the same. Obviate the need for the private sector to follow suit by setting this example. Health detriments such as air and noise toxicity 10 to 20 times the emissions of a car per gallon of gas. The VOCs, the NOx, the greenhouse gases, carcinogens, fine particulate matter, lodging in lungs for life, ground level ozone, high decibel, low frequency sound linked to disrupted thinking, emotional problems, blood pressure, heart, lung, and ear damage are extreme. GLBs infringe on folks' right to clean air. And the GHGs are like 5 to 10% of our national air pollution, leading to severe weather from climate change. Separate matter. So you can join ethically acting states like California and others. Your example to municipalities will serve them to endorse their own public health actions as well. They will more easily join the other 300 cities across 35 states who have already changed their laws as the public health impacts demand. State-level laws can help to reduce duplicity and relitigation of the same public health and victims' rights issues by so many more cities. Your proposed law to stop gearing state property care crew with new purchases of gas blowers now while allowing a 5-year sunset on existing gear is an irrebuttable public health action, while your allowable window of use for 5 years on existing GLBs...
Mr. Delventhal, can you please wrap up?
I'm sorry?
Can you please wrap up?
Yes, I'm at the end. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So the 5-year window is generous. Patient electric blowers solve the health problems. They're far superior. They save money, 10 to 100% ROI. Pass this law, please. It's beyond reproach.
Thank you very much. We have Alex Casper, I believe, another virtual witness. Hi, good afternoon, Ms. Casper. You have 2 minutes. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Alex Casper, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for the American Lung Association. You have my written comments, so I'll be brief. We're here in support of House Bill 167 and thank Delegate Foley for bringing it forward. The American Lung Association's 2025 State of the Air report revealed that 46% of Americans, more than 156 million people, live in counties that have unhealthy levels of ozone or particle pollution. In Maryland, there were mixed results, with 3 counties receiving a fail grade for high ozone pollution and another 10 counties receiving a C or lower for unhealthy levels of ozone and particle pollution. This pollution can harm the health of Maryland residents And of particular risk are children, older adults, pregnant people, and those living with chronic disease. Approximately 81,000 children and 520,000 adults are living with asthma in Maryland, and another 270 are managing other lung illnesses. Both ozone and particle pollution can cause premature death and other serious health effects, such as asthma attacks or cardiovascular damage. The Lung Association supports this bill and believes that the state can play an important role in building a fleet of zero-emission equipment and support the transition to widely available zero-emission technologies. The American Lung Association believes that all people are entitled to breathe healthy air and be free of the adverse health effects of air pollution. We thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on House Bill 167 and urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Ms. Casper. Just seeing if there's any questions from the committee. Do you have a question? Push your button. Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This is for Mr. Delventhal. I think that's his name. Dan, you're from Connecticut? You're from Connecticut, sir?
I am.
Okay. Does Connecticut have a ban on gas leaf blowers?
They were debating it last year, and I think they're bringing it to the floor this year.
Okay. Because I looked it up, and it does not, so.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? We have a lot of last-minute button pushers in here, so just making sure. Okay. We really do have a lot of last-minute button pushers. So it's not a joke. Real life. Delegate Foley, thank you very much for the bill. Thank you to your panel and also to the virtual test witnesses. So that concludes the bill hearing for HB 1. Oh, nope. Sorry. I spoke too soon. That does not conclude the bill hearing. We have unfavorable witnesses. Sorry about that.
Thank you,
But thank you for the bill, and thank you to your
Thank you.
Yes. We have two in person. We have Mr. Logan, or we have Logan Freeman, and we have Lindsay Thompson. I see Lindsay. Oh, there you are. I was looking for you the entire time. Good to see you.
You too.
All right. You may begin, Ms. Thompson, or Mr. Freeman, whoever would like to go first.
I'll go ahead. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Wells and Vice Chairman Kerr and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Logan Freeman, President of the Maryland Turfgrass Council. MTC represents all areas of the turf industry, including golf, sports turf, sod producers, landscapers, lawn care, and commercial vendors and suppliers. MTC and the Mid-Atlantic Sports Field Managers Association have submitted a joint letter in opposition. Our concerns over mandating the use of battery-powered backpack blowers include simple things as the safety of lithium-ion batteries in differing temperature environments, often present in our line of work, inefficiencies in power and runtime for certain tasks, and the uncertainty of disposal. In addition to these concerns is the economic implications HB 167 would impose on locally operated landscaping businesses, potentially undermining their ability to compete with the state procurement process. Companies accustomed to bidding for state contracts may find themselves ineligible under the new prohibitions, which could significantly decrease competition by limiting participation to those businesses with the resources necessary to comply. The cumulative costs associated with equipment purchases, infrastructure adjustments, and the possible forfeiture of contract opportunities may prompt local businesses to sell operations to larger entities whom are able to absorb the additional costs more easily. Business operators will subsequently need to raise prices for state contracts and other customers to offset increased expenditures related to accommodating this legislation. We are concerned HB 167 only adds to the ever-mounting operational costs and ultimately results in a decline in small business opportunities within the state of Maryland. From the state's perspective, we believe the anticipated results of 167 include increased costs associated with contracts as well as within state agencies, prolonged project completion and turnaround times, and diminished competition. Accordingly, MTC respectfully requests the committee to issue an unfavorable report regarding HB 167. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Lindsay Thompson here on behalf of the Maryland Green Industries Council in opposition to this legislation. We represent many of the lawn, landscaping, and arborist companies across the state. And while we do genuinely appreciate the conversations that I've had with the sponsor's office and their efforts to narrow this bill down, our members ultimately still have concerns about the availability of commercial-grade electric leaf blowers, battery charging logistics, safety, and the impacts that this legislation will have on small businesses, some of which I believe you have written testimony in the bill file. As has been acknowledged, commercial-grade battery-powered leaf blowers can be up to 50% more expensive than their gasoline-powered counterparts. Furthermore, these contractors would need to invest in additional batteries or mobile charging infrastructure. So for a state contract, whether that be state highway or a state property or a state park, you're not going to have those residential customers available for recharging, and so they would have to invest in that mobile recharging infrastructure. One solar-powered trailer, whether it's a retrofit or a replacement, can cost anywhere between $6,000 and $25,000 to be able to recharge those batteries. If they do not invest in electric recharging, then they would have to have anywhere between 8 and 12 batteries per backpack per day. They last about an hour for the commercial use. Our members also have concerns about battery recycling and the useful life. So they last about 1,200 hours, and so they would have to replace those pretty continuously. And so with that, we remain open to discussions about the state leading by example and maybe reporting back on the cost and logistics of a state transition without first impacting our small businesses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman and Ms. Thompson. Just seeing if there's any questions from the committee. Okay, seeing none, that concludes the bill hearing on HB 167. We will now move on to HB 420. Delegate Rogers. And Delegate Rogers, I believe you have a sponsor panel, is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, is it all right to bring
Secretary
them on panel?
Rothstein? Steen? Oh, I think I struggle with that one. Okay, Steen. And were there other folks? I think David Dragix, and Michael Tran.
Madam Chair, he's,
Right
behind you,
Okay.
Okay, he was over Senate Finance, but he made it in time.
Look at that. He's
all
here for
right.
you. That's awesome. Okay, go ahead, Delegate.
All right, thank you, Chair Wells, Vice Chair Kerr, and members of the mighty Government, Labor, and Economics Committee. I'm sucking up just a little bit. And I know we have some folks from the Health Committee too, so I want to make sure that I acknowledge
Yes.
you all.
Thank you, sir. To let folks know, this is jointly assigned with the Health Committee, so we're joined by Delegate Taveras and Delegate Lopez and Delegate Shalega. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you. So for the record, Delegate Mike Rogers, Legislative District 32, and I'm here to respectfully request a favorable report for House Bill 420. The purpose of this bill is to bring Maryland in compliance with federal law as it pertains to occupational licenses for service members and their spouses on active duty in our state, and provides tremendous benefits to our military and their families. The Federal Service Members Civil Relief Act, known as SCRA, is designed to ease financial and legal burdens on active duty members during deployment. HB 420 primarily updates Maryland law to be compliant with the SCRA federal law as it pertains to occupational licenses. In January 2023, the federal occupational, the SCRA was significantly updated for all states to incorporate changes regarding the portability of occupational licenses for active service members and their spouses. There were additional changes made in 2024 and signed into law by President Biden. 3 years later, Maryland law is out of compliance with these important revisions. Therefore, this bill revises Maryland law to the latest SCRA revisions. This is important as other states have been sued successfully for noncompliance. This bill removes barriers and
expands helping our veterans and spouses get expedited licenses in health, education, and financial areas to match what was done for the Department of Labor and Business Regulations in 2019. This will get Maryland into compliance with federal law and provide some additional benefits for our veterans and their spouses. Besides addressing compliance, this is a major improvement in the quality of life for our service members and their spouses. This bill takes great strides in making Maryland more welcoming for our uniformed service members and their families. Now, while we have had tremendous support from many departments, boards, and advocates, there have been some discussion with some of the health boards, and I think you'll hear a little bit later in opposition. We've discussed with them some proposed amendments, and those amendments have been requested and will be provided when available. With that, I respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 420.
Thank you, Secretary Rothstein.
Thank you so much, Chair Wills and members of this committee. Again, I'm Secretary Ed Rothstein, Secretary for Veterans, Military Families. And I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 420, the Modernizing Civil Relief for Service Members Act. This bill is about stability. When service members are called to duty, they should not have to worry about whether the legal and financial protections are up to date. House Bill 420 aligns Maryland law with the Federal Service Members Civil Relief Act, ensuring the active duty service members and their families receive the protections that they have earned. But this bill is also about opportunity. Military spouses' unemployment continues to hover around 20%. More than 1/3 of military spouses work in professions that require state-based licensing. Each time a military family moves, delays in transferring a license can mean lost income and unnecessary stress. HB 420 updates and streamlines expedited occupational licensing for veterans and military spouses. It removes barriers that do not serve the public and replaces them with processes that recognize valid credentials and lived experiences. Maryland is home to a significant military-connected population. The transient nature of military life creates challenges we cannot ignore. This legislation helps ensure that when military families come to Maryland, they can continue their careers without delay and contribute fully to our economy and communities. This bill does not create new bureaucracy. It modernizes protections and removes friction. It strengthens our commitment to a whole-of-government approach to serve veterans and their families. On behalf, again, of the Maryland Department of Veterans and Military Families, I respectfully ask for a favorable report on House Bill 420. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr., could you pronounce your last name?
Dragics.
Dragics, Mr. Dragics.
Thank you. Chair Wells and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in favor of Delegate Rogers' bill. For the record, I'm Dave Dragics, a retired Army colonel and legislative director of the Maryland Military Coalition. HB 0420 is another positive step being taken to bring Maryland's code up to date with federal code. This bill helps address the persistent unemployment rates and prevalence of underemployment for spouses of members of the uniformed services, the portability of professional licenses when members and their spouses relocate under official orders. As was mentioned, this was significantly addressed by Congress in 2023 when Section 705A was included in that year's National Defense Authorization Act and is now federal law and part of the Federal Service Members Civil Relief Act, or SCRA, under 50 U.S. Code Section 4025A. The language in HB 0420 strongly mirrors the language of that section of the U.S. Code. Passing this bill will serve to improve the current processes of our state agencies in issuing new licenses or recognizing existing licenses or certificates under the SCRA. In December, the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division issued a notification letter reviewing changes made to the SCRA in December of 2024 and asking all state licensing authorities to evaluate their practices to ensure compliance and address the issue of military spousal unemployment. So for these reasons, the Maryland Military Coalition strongly supports HB 0420 and asks for a favorable report from the committee. And we would like to thank Delegate Rogers for sponsoring this important legislation and appreciate his leadership on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Dragics. Mr. Tran.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and committee members and visiting HGO members. My name is Michael Tran with the Maryland Board of Physicians. First off, we'd just like to thank the delegate for his leadership on this. We've been working closely with the Senate sponsor on the bill, and I've done a lot of work and believe that it's in good place as kind of just an operational explanation. We have been in compliance with this federal mandate since 2023. It was pretty smooth sailing. We've gotten applicants in, and we definitely think it contributes to the workforce, especially alleviating burdens when it comes to relocating states due to military orders. We haven't had really any issues with it. We know that other health occupation boards are kind of on the same page. If you look at my testimony, you probably see that we are support with amendments, and those amendments we believe have been taken up by the Senate sponsor and believe that they will be here as well. But with that all being said, we urge a favorable report on HB 420. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the bill sponsor. I think I see some questions coming in. Delegate Terraza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just really quickly, can you say anything more about what the amendments are? I mean, I'll take a look at them, but is there like a quick summary of what the amendments are, or?
You want to go ahead?
I'll take it. Yeah, sure. Yep. So the amendments are kind of technical. Instead of, I think, it being a 92-page bill, this will shorten it to probably around, I think, a 10 or 11-page bill. With that being said, it doesn't really change much. It's just we're adding in provisions into the state government article where it will allow us to, A, do regulations to implement this, and then B, I think it will give the authority, it just kind of goes over the professional title. I think everywhere else in the bill, it opens it up by saying this licensee X will have the same authority. We're just moving that to the state article section, so we don't have to open up the numerous articles and titles in other laws. So this just kind of cleans it up and makes it simple.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Rogers, thank you for bringing the bill, and thank you all for being here. Delegate Terraza sort of touched on my question just real quick. I see that some of the association groups are opposed, but I see that the boards came in favorable with amendment, which is the technical amendment that you described. Could you just share with us, would your amendment satisfy the concerns of these boards, or what's the distinction between?
We have been working with the Dental Association, and I think what you'll hear later on is that even though we're still trying to work with them on some technical things with respect to some of the regulatory aspects of it, the examiners are in support and are already doing it, and they sort of oversee them. So
that's what I was going to say. The boards being in a better position than the association was curious to me.
I suspect there may be a question for them later. We'll see.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Rogers, for the bill and for being such a great advocate for veterans. I just have a quick question, and I don't know if it's in the fiscal note, but I didn't have a chance to bring it up. How many people roughly are you talking about this legislation, if it passes, affecting? Hundreds, thousands? Like what? Does anyone have a sense of that?
I would say thousands. So that's based on we're having about 100,000 people that are serving on active duty and their family members in the state of a 350,000 member veteran population in the state of Maryland.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Delegate Rogers, how are you?
Doing well, Delegate Fisher.
I was curious if you chose the bill number on purpose. It's 420, so Delegate Siliberti wants to know.
No.
Thank you for the question, Delegate. Just extending an opportunity to our friends from the Health Committee and Delegate Taveras.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. I'll defer.
Oh, Wait, did someone else push the button? I'm sorry, I may have missed it, but Delegate Tavares, you have the floor.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Where's the bill? Okay. So I think this is a great bill. My concern was with that there were some sections. I could see why school counselors would opt out, and I think there's a letter supporting that because you want continuity. And
I think actually there's testimony, if she's still here, in support of by the school council.
No. She's in support of the bill, but the language in the bill is to take school counselors out, temporary school counselors out, because you need continuity in mental health care. And I think that's the right decision. But others were a little interesting, like tire scrap or incendiary radiation. I don't know why that was, while the everything else seemed like it was in support. I don't know why these other, it seemed kind of random. That's all I was asking.
I would agree with you. Thank you. To me, this is just, I think this is something that's necessary. I don't understand why. Maybe what we could do is looking at these compacts that exist and expand them for maybe some of the more non-participatory states and get them on board to minimize some of the conflicts that may exist. And as you know, particularly on the health committee, compacts are something that come up every year, and so some specialties are addressed through the compacts, but federally, this addresses everything.
No, and I agree with that, and thank you so much for bringing it forth. It'll help a lot of families.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions, Delegate? Yes, you have more? Or no? Oh, okay, good. Thank you very much, Delegate Tavares. Okay, seeing no more, we have one other additional favorable witness, so you and the panel are excused, but we have Nikki Ham. I don't know if she's here with us from MSCA. Oh, she's virtual. Okay. Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Wells and committee. Thank you very much. I'm Nikki Ham. I'm an assistant professor of school counseling at Bowie State University and former president of the Maryland School Counselor Association, testifying today in support of House Bill 420. School counselors are really and often the first mental health professionals students encounter in schools, and we identify warning signs, provide crisis intervention and short-term counseling, coordinate care with families and community providers, and support students' academic and career social-emotional development. Maryland, however, continues to face a significant shortage of school counselors and student support personnel. Our average student to school counselor ratio is 307 to one person, and some districts exceeding 1,000 to 1, where the national recommendation is 250 to 1. So in that context, removing unnecessary barriers to employment is not simply administrative. It is really a workforce and equity imperative. Military-connected school counselors are particularly impacted. They are often required to relocate quickly and involuntarily, yet may face delays in authorization and duplicative Maryland-specific renewal requirements, despite being licensed and practicing in good standing in another state. And these barriers really delay employment, disrupt school staffing, and ultimately reduce student access to service, the students. School counselors already complete 90 professional development hours for renewal, along with additional continuing education under Lorenz Law, which can create duplication and financial burdens. So the State Board recently acknowledged the need for flexibility in limited circumstances. House Bill 420 applies that same targeted temporary flexibility to military families. This bill preserves professional standards while allowing qualified school counselors to continue serving students without interruption, supporting continuity, retention, and access to care. For this reason, MASCA and I respectfully urge favorable report for House Bill 420. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ham. Just seeing if there's any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony this afternoon. We are going to move on now to the unfavorable. We have Dan Doherty, William LeBeau, Stephen Dargan, and we have one virtual, Charles Doring. Hello. Would you like to go first, Mr. Doherty?
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Dan Doherty here on behalf of the Maryland State Dental Association. I submitted testimony in opposition to this bill. We testified in opposition in the Senate. Amendments were offered by the sponsor in the Senate, which I received subsequent to signing up to testify. And those amendments go part way, but they don't go all the way. What you're dealing here, and we have great respect for our service members and what they have done for the country and the sacrifice of their spouses, but you've got to balance that with the health, safety, and welfare of Marylanders. And that's what you're dealing with many health occupations, and particularly dentistry. So while the bill amendment that was offered in the Senate allows them to practice to the extent they can practice in Maryland, it does not let Maryland board discipline them if they do something egregious, practice incompetently, sexually assault a patient, don't follow anesthesia regulations, and someone dies. So what we propose are amendments that would say for health occupations, service members or spouse can be regulated without to, number one, dealing with the administration of general anesthesia and sedation. Number two, practice incompetently, and that their failure to comply can lead to discipline. And it makes clear they have a right to a hearing. Maryland does not have jurisdiction in the health occupation field if you're not licensed. These people are not licensed, they're authorized. Other states, they have jurisdiction over the practice of that discipline, and whether they're licensed or not doesn't make a difference. So we have to create for dentistry and other health occupations the right to discipline in certain areas, and that's all we're asking for.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Dr. Stephen Dargan. I'm a dentist from Calvert County, and I'm currently chair of the Maryland State Dental Association's Legislative Affairs Committee. I have great respect and admiration for our service members. My daughter-in-law served in Afghanistan. Having said that, I'm in opposition to HB 420 as drawn without the amendments that MSDA has proposed. MSDA's major concern is that the Maryland State Board of Dental Examiners must not have its jurisdiction infringed upon in regulating the practice of dentistry in Maryland. The board's mission is to ensure the dental health and safety of Maryland citizens. Our amendment will ensure that the board will be able to enforce the regulations and that dentists practicing in Maryland must abide by. Having said that, again, I'm opposed to State Bill, Senate Bill, or House Bill 420 without these amendments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. I am Bill Leba. I'm a practicing dentist, and I'm also the Vice President of the Maryland State Dental Association. As a veteran of the U.S. Army Dental Corps serving at Fort Campbell, Kentucky and Walter Reed Army Medical Center, I understand the needs of our service members and the families as they relocate from one duty station to another. However, as a practicing dentist in the federal area of Baltimore City and as a former educator at the University of Maryland Dental School, I know we must not bypass the well-established mechanism of our state dental board to grant dental and dental hygiene licenses. This is the best way to assure our Marylanders can have optimum health care by well-qualified practitioners. I know the Maryland State Board of Dental Examiners takes their responsibilities very seriously, and we must rely on their ability to regulate, excuse me, to regulate our profession. There are mechanisms already in place that would allow 15 days for someone to get a license. And if they can't get that within 15 days because they're lacking something, then they will be helped by the board to go through the process so that they get all the credentials that they need. As Mr. Doherty had said, we need that, and we need to have a formal of a license so that if someone does something nefarious, they can be held accountable. Without that, the board has no control over those folks. That being said, we are hoping that the amendments can be worked through so that we can get a positive resolution to the bill. But without that being done, we are opposed, and we would ask that the bill not be approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have a couple questions from the committee. Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thanks for your comments. Just want to welcome Dr. Dargan, a longtime Calvert County dentist, and also did a lot of work on my teeth too, as I recall. So thanks for being here.
Oh, that was it. Let us see your pearly smile. Great work done there. I know it was a tough patient. Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel like I'm back in HGO, but in worse seats. This always. So my question is, on the Maryland Health website, obviously you've got an application that applies to this type of situation, and Delegate Rogers brought this up. This is just basically bringing us in the federal law. And if that's the case, why the opposition? And my follow-up question is, and it sounds like this is all around discipline, you guys not having the ability to discipline. Do we know of any cases where you found yourself in a situation where you could not discipline?
Yes, for a long time when someone was practicing dentistry with no license, sort of a backroom dental practice, the board had no jurisdiction at all, and they couldn't even report it they could report it to the state's attorney, but it was a misdemeanor. And that occurred quite often. You also have times, I guess, when people come in thinking they're going to do something for a day, they don't go through the steps, and the board can't do anything about that. I would note that other states don't have the decisions that imply to these boards that if they aren't licensed, you can't do anything. In this case, if you're granted the authority but not the license, you can't do anything. And what we're asking is to make the regulations that they can enforce apply to these individuals too, so that if there's a serious violation, they can take action by suspending or revoking the authorization and give them a right to a hearing to contest that.
So your biggest concern is that people are going to come here and practice without a license, and you'll lose that ability to discipline?
That's correct. And I don't think these amendments in any way contradict anything that is in the federal law.
Okay. I just see that they're notarizing under federal law. That's why I'm a little confused on. I understand your concern that we're just going to people go.
Yeah, I mean, the
rogue.
federal law applies, at least according to this bill, to at least 55 or more occupations, business and right. Medical. And it applies to 50 states. And all those states are different. So one size fitting all doesn't work in every case. And this is one where we need to clarify what our board can do. We're not saying don't authorize it. We're just saying once they do, then allow the board to respond to complaints and problems.
So you want your scope expanded on this bill?
Well, they expand the scope with the amendments that were offered in the Senate. We want to make sure that when they practice under our rules and regulations and they're violating them, the board can act. And in some of those instances of general anesthesia, it's a life or death situation if they do it correctly or incorrectly.
Okay, I'm going to assume you're going to continue to work with the sponsors. It
Absolutely.
sounds like everybody's on the same page,
with the
but you're just
subcommittee.
yeah. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question, has the bill sponsor seen these amendments? Have you already had a conversation with the
He's
bill
not
sponsor?
seen them. I did speak to him last night about
Okay.
them.
All right.
And I have shown them to the Senate sponsor, and he does not like them, I'll be very honest. But I think they're necessary. I think it balances the needs of service people with the primary public policy of health occupations, protect the health, safety, and welfare of Marylanders.
Got it. Thank you so much. We'll take a further look at it. Seeing no further questions from the committee, let me make sure I'm not forgetting anyone. We had a virtual witness, Charles Doring, who's not able to join us this afternoon. So this completes the bill hearing for HB 420. We want to thank our—
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Our lovely friends from the Health Committee for being here with us today. And we will now move on to our last bill hearing of the day, which is HB 356, our very own Delegate Schmidt.
Thank you, Chair. How many do you want to testify with me in favor? I can bring up the
Yes.
number of them.
Please bring up your panel. I don't have it indicated, so I will. Oh, wow, okay. I think we will need to do a round of musical chairs. So I look down, I look back up,
we will
and
work
it's like
it out.
8 people, so.
They've been waiting for a long
Yes,
time.
no,
We'll
everyone will
work
get
it
a
out.
chance to testify, but it might be, yes, so just.
Co-sponsor.
Just to let folks know, these mics will only extend but so far. So when I say musical chairs, I genuinely mean there will be a game of musical chairs.
That's
so
right.
just forewarned now, but Delegate, go ahead.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Wells. Thank you, Vice Chair Kerr is not here. And distinguished members of the committee, for the record, I'm Delegate Stuart Schmidt, proudly representing District 33B. House Bill 356 was brought to my attention last year from pastors, rabbis, and religious leaders from across this great state of Maryland who are deeply concerned about the growing challenges facing people of faith in our state and our nation. The purpose of this bill is very straightforward and profound: to ensure that government does not substantially burden a person's free exercise of religion without compelling justification. It provides a clear legal remedy when that protection is violated and reinforces the fundamental liberties guaranteed under the First Amendment. Some of you may remember I brought this bill last year to the Ways and Means Committee. My esteemed colleague, permission to use delegate's name, Delegate Rosenberg, had brought this bill years and years ago in a similar posture. The stats are alarming. The Anti-Defamation League reports a 98% increase in anti-Semitic incidents in Maryland just from 2002 until today. 893% increase nationwide. It's at a rising rate here in the state of Maryland, larger than most other jurisdictions. House Bill 356 does not elevate one faith over another, does not create special privileges. It simply ensures that when government action burdens religious practice, it must meet the highest constitutional standard, and that is fairness. This is a balance, and that is consistent with our nation's founding principles. States like Georgia and Utah have strengthened protections with the free exercise of religion, and Maryland should not lag behind. We should lead. There are a few amendments that are in your testimony that I have reviewed. You can take a look at those when you get a chance. But what I want to highlight, 136% increase just in the past 10 years. And I've given you reporting a significant amount of numbers today. Just in Montgomery County, for example, we've had different synagogues that have been targeted. We had Baltimore County with targets with Israel flags. School incidents, February of 2025 at a Montgomery County high school bathroom. All these are increasing incidents that are occurring across this state. I have a panel of pastors, rabbis, and religious leaders here today in support of this bill, and I urge the committee for a favorable report. Got everything.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, there is no question that the legislative branch at the federal level and at the state level have the authority under the Constitution to provide greater protection for Bill of Rights, the amendments in the Bill of Rights. than the Supreme Court has. You can't provide less, but you can provide more. That's what this bill would do. The compelling state interest test is the nature of the review that the court, since the New Deal era, has provided to racial discrimination most prominently and other First Amendment protected activities. The court reversed course about 20, 30 years ago and said, well, we're no longer going to use the compelling state interest test with regard to free exercise claims. That's why there was legislation at the federal level, and that's why, as my colleague has pointed out, several states have passed legislation similar to the bill before you, and why I tried to pass such legislation prior to now. Free exercise is a fundamental right. The Congress has passed a bill for land use and in the prison setting, protecting, restoring the compelling state interest test and applying this test, which is a widely recognized legal standard, not something that the courts of Maryland would have to spend time in reinventing. There is significant case law regarding the compelling state interest test. And to protect the free exercise, one of the fundamental rights of Marylanders of all faiths, I urge a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Tim Schultz of the First Amendment Partnership based in Washington, D.C., and I'm a longtime Maryland resident. It's really rare to have a bill before you that we have as much real-world evidence for how it will really work. And so I have 3 quick points. The first is that the Religious Freedom Restoration Act is squarely in the legal mainstream. We already mentioned it's the law of the federal government. It's actually the law of 30 states. And this law actually applied to Maryland from 1993 to 1997. The states that it applies to include all of the bordering states, Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia, and states that are generally seen as progressive states like Illinois and Connecticut. The federal law was signed into law by President Bill Clinton when he was a state senator in Illinois. Then State Senator Barack Obama supported the Illinois State Religious Freedom Restoration Act. Point 2 is that the real world evidence is that these laws mostly protect religious minorities. The best work in the legal academy on these bills has been done by Professors Luke Goodrich and writing separately Professor of Wayne State University Christopher Lund. They have both documented how these cases actually work, especially in state courts. And again, overwhelmingly, and really not surprisingly, it's religious minorities who tend to end up on the wrong side of government actions and have to go to court to fight for their rights. Religious minorities in Maryland would be helped. And then the last point is, in the real world, the costs to states are low. And the reason is because what happens when states adopt these laws is that bureaucracies tend to respond to claims of religious freedom rather than stubbornly digging in and violating religious freedom. Religious liberty litigation isn't really based on, contingency fees and huge windfalls. It's usually people who have been burdened by government and are just trying to get their constitutional rights restored, not winning big judgments. That's not really what we're talking about. I respectfully request a favorable report.
Yes.
Switch with me.
As pastor, my name is Pastor T. Michael Creed. I've pastored here in the state of Maryland for 31 years. My father just passed in the last 17 days. He's pastored. He's worked in the church as pastor in this state for 54 years, right over in the Clinton, Maryland region, Prince George's County. I come today to ask you to support HB 356. In that same sacred tradition enshrined as the First Amendment, every Marylander should be free to worship and to live according to their sincerely held beliefs. 1993, U.S. Congress determined that the U.S. Supreme Court had diminished the First Amendment protections. Congress responded by passing the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. And it's worthy to note this RFRA was introduced then by Congressman Chuck Schumer in the U.S. House and by Ted Kennedy, U.S. Senate. It was supported by Harry Reid, Nancy Pelosi, passed with bipartisan support, as well as Barack Obama in Illinois. In 1997, the Supreme Court determined that the federal RFRA could no longer be applied to state and local law, and that removed that move prompted states to begin enacting their own RFRAs. And we have 30 states, as you just heard, including Rhode Island, Connecticut, Illinois, that have adopted the RFRA on a state level. It does not pick winners and losers. It simply provides guidelines for the courts when they are called to determine religious liberty cases. These guidelines are in the form of two questions: the compelling interest or reason for forcing someone to violate their sincerely held religious beliefs. Is the state, and the second, is the state fulfilling that compelling interest in the least restrictive way? So I want to ask you to consider this bill. Marylanders ought to have a right to worship and be able to have their day in court, and as far as the RFRA is concerned. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Jonathan Alexander. I'm an attorney and legislative counsel for the Maryland Family Institute, and I want to thank you, Madam Chair, for the chance to speak for many Marylanders whose daily life will benefit from the passage of this House bill, this bipartisan House bill. You know, over the last few years, the calls that have come into our office have evolved. At first, it was about unequal treatment. People wondering why their synagogue or their mosque or their church was treated as less essential than big box stores or casinos or liquor stores, even when they were willing to follow every safety rule and more. More recently, the calls have become more anxious. Small congregations unsure if they will lose their insurance or their tax-exempt status. Schools and ministries told that they need to change their hiring, change their curriculum, change their message, or they will no longer be able to keep serving their communities. And lastly, parents wanting a clear application of the doctrines that are articulated in the Supreme Court Mahmoud v. Taylor decision that reiterated that there was a clear nexus between parents, their fundamental right to raise their children, and their ability to challenge government school curriculums that seek to interrupt that. You know, what all these Marylanders are looking for is one thing. They want a firm assurance that is consistent with the federal law that our laws here in Maryland will stop eroding the free exercise of religion and instead protect every person's right to live out their faith openly in public. It does not promise that a person's faith will win every dispute, but it does promise that before any state or local agency burdens that religious exercise, someone will have to look them in the eye and show that government truly has a compelling reason. So on behalf of the Marylanders that simply want to love God, serve their neighbors, and remain fully part of our civic life, I ask that you give this a favorable report.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Schmidley. I have the privilege of serving as the pastor of High Point Independent Baptist Church in Elkridge, Maryland, and Howard County. Throughout each week, I stand before and I pastor families who are trying to live out their faith with integrity. Parents raising their children according to their beliefs, small business owners seeking to operate with a clear conscience, young people wrestling with how to live faithfully in a complicated world. For them, religious freedom is not some abstract legal theory, but it's everyday life. It's part of their everyday life. As a pastor, I want to be clear about this bill. It's not about placing religion above law. It's not about creating special privileges of any kind. It is about balance. This bill simply ensures that when the government burdens religious exercise, even unintentionally, it must have a true compelling reason and must choose the least restrictive path. That is a fair standard. It protects the common good while also protecting conscience. In my congregation, we have people from different backgrounds and political perspectives, but they are united in the belief that faith should not be pushed to the margins of public life. They want to contribute to the communities, serve their neighbors, and live peaceably under the law. And they want to do that without being forced to violate deeply held convictions. Religious liberty is one of the most precious freedoms we have. It safeguards not only our churches and synagogues and mosques, but every individual who seeks to live faithfully and responsibly. Religious freedom protects people of every faith and those with no faith at all from government overreach. House Bill 356 affirms that Maryland values both strong government and limited government. Strong enough to protect the public, but limited enough to respect conscience. So on behalf of the families I serve and the congregation in which I have the privilege to lead, I urge this committee for a favorable report on this act.
Good afternoon, Chair Wells, Vice Chair Kerr, members of the committee. My name is Tony Davis, and I'm also an attorney, and I am the Legal and Legislative Chair for the Maryland Christian Chamber of Commerce. I'm going to respectfully ask for a favorable report on HB 356 because this is a very important piece of legislation for Maryland. I was here in Annapolis on January 29th at a Meet the Legislators event, and during that time, we talked about why people come to Maryland, why people stay in Maryland, and why are so many people leaving. And during that time, we talked about, taxes, we talked about fees, and we talked about the quality of life. And during that meeting, we didn't necessarily get too much into the quality of life, but I can tell you this particular piece of legislation goes directly to that quality of life. Religious expression and freedom of religion is very important to the people who are here. If we don't have the ability to raise our children as we feel, we will leave. And that goes directly to the budget. We talked about the actions of those of our neighboring states, and we did a lot of comparison between Maryland and Virginia. Well, I can tell you, as has been mentioned, Virginia is one of those states that has a local RFRA. We need a favorable outcome because we need to show that Maryland is an environment that respects religion, or at the very least, show that Maryland is a place that is not hostile to those who have religious beliefs. And therefore, for the reasons stated above, I request a favorable report for House Bill 356. Thank you.
And thank you, Chair Wells, Vice Chair, and members of the committee for the hearing, for you guys hearing testimony on H Bill 356. And of course, thank you, Delegate Schmidt, for your leadership, along with Delegate Rosenberg for your co-sponsorship and support of this bill. And I want to remind the distinguished members of this committee that it was Maryland first that led on religious freedom. Back in 1649, our assembly, Maryland, passed the Toleration Act.
Just 1 minute. Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, sir. James Vaughn with Maryland Baptists for Biblical Values. And we do have some pastors with Maryland Baptist here in the committee hearing today. Thank you, sir. I apologize, Vice Chair. Thank you, sir. So excited. Right now, I'm excited with this. But it was Maryland that passed the first English law protecting free exercise of religion. And I believe that this bill builds on that foundation by adopting the Federal Religious Freedom Restoration Act's tested, but also balanced at the state level. The bill prohibits, as we've heard, authorities from substantially burdening sincere religion unless they prove a compelling interest, but it also provides a clear mechanisms for citizens, right, when their rights are violated. So I believe this is a win-win because it empowers individuals with the right of conscience while giving the state a straightforward defense. Now, last year's fiscal note raised concerns about potential litigation cost. But again, these are they're speculative and similar to expenses for enforcing other rights. But I do want to emphasize that, as we've heard, other states have had religious freedom restoration acts and have managed their budgets without crisis. Now, what's interesting is Connecticut and Rhode Island, they had their state level RFRA since 1993. So I urge this committee to honor our state's historic commitment by giving a favorable report to HB 356 and ensure religious freedom, the freedom of conscience, remains secure for all Marylanders. And I truly believe every one of us in this room have reaped the benefit of living in a society with free exercise of conscience and belief. And because you're here, that proves it. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee.
For the record, my name is Rabbi Ariel Sadra. I'm the Executive Director of Agudath Israel of Maryland. It's the Mid-Atlantic Regional Office for Agudath Israel of America, a national Orthodox Jewish advocacy organization, which was a primary proponent in pursuit of the 1993 Act in Congress of RFRA. I wanted to thank the sponsors for their work on this issue. We've already heard a lot from my co-panelists, and therefore I don't need to go into any detail. My written testimony is in your packet, and I urge a favorable report on House Bill 356.
Thank you for that excellent testimony.
Me too.
Are there questions for the sponsor panel? Delegate Ruth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, delegates, and to all the panelists for being here. Obviously, religious freedom is a core principle in our Constitution and also a founding principle of Maryland, but there can be cases where religious freedom can be used to protect someone who is, let's say, violating civil rights. And so I'm thinking about the very high-profile case after the Obergefell Supreme Court decision where there was a county clerk who refused to issue a marriage license to a same-sex couple, which was now the law of the land because the Supreme Court ruled that that was legal. She refused to issue a marriage license because of her religious beliefs. And so would this bill enable more of that kind of thing?
No, Delegate, I don't believe so at all. Pastor Paul Arcan, I grew up in Prince George's County, and I was just going to say that I've learned after pastoring in Anne Arundel County for 25 years, the best sermon is a short sermon, and I was just going to say amen, and I'm favorable. But no, this bill doesn't create a license to discriminate at all. It creates a legal test if the government would, substantially try to burden a church or, to, serve the Lord and do as our conscience, as the Bible teaches us. And so it just is telling the government that you've got to have a real substantial reason to infringe upon, and occasionally it does. I mean, that's what happened during COVID. I hate to even bring COVID stuff up. That's not the real preface of this bill, but that's what happened. I mean, there were some compelling interests the government had, and we had to go along with some of those things for a season. And I remember Delegate Rosenberg, I guess it's okay to say his name, but actually asked, I testified at a thing, and he says, well, we're allowing you to have services, Pastor. I mean, we're not cutting it off completely. And he kind of caught me off guard because he was right. I mean, we could. They limited it so bad, but the government was showing a compelling interest. I'm not saying I agreed with it, but it was. And so that's what it's doing, Delegate. It's not giving us a reason to discriminate against people or whatever, but it's it's allowing us to run our Christian school according to our faith and have services according to our faith.
Okay, but let's say a Christian school has vouchers from the state government, because we do still have vouchers that go to private schools. Would the state government be able to say that private school can only accept vouchers if they don't discriminate against LGBTQ people, for example?
That question was asked and answered recently by the court in Carson versus Macon, where Maine was receiving similar vouchers, taxpayers paying into a pool of money, able to take their kids to the school of their choice. You're able to have a generally available government benefit that everyone can have, which is an education, as long as it is evenly applied across the board and still maintain your First Amendment religious protections. Another case that went to that point was Trinity Lutheran, a readily available government benefit of having recycled tires be used on a playground floor for kids. That benefit was given to secular schools. It was as well given to this Trinity Lutheran school. And they were able to have access to this general publicly available benefit. And the same would apply for school vouchers. Institution can receive those fundings and maintain their creed, maintain their hiring, maintain their firing, maintain their messaging when it comes to their core values on any subject.
Thank you. I was not aware of that case. I appreciate your setting me straight on that. So the Maryland Commission on Civil Rights, their testimony is concerned that it would create an additional burden on them, because now they not only have to protect people's civil rights, they might have to, and I'm trying to paraphrase and probably saying this wrong, but it just says on the one hand, MCCR would continue to conduct its investigation as it always has and in compliance with applicable law. On the other hand, HB 356 would create a vehicle by which a respondent could use the court to stonewall MCCR's investigation. This distraction would require MCCR to devote already limited time and resources towards justifying its investigation. And it goes on from there. I wondered if you can address that.
Well, they have the right to have that opinion in that regard, and we can do all that we can in terms of judicial efficiency to make sure that cases within our courts are given the proper hearing and that they flow through and make the progress that is needed. But these are real claims. These are real claimants that folks are going to bring, real plaintiffs that have issues across the state of Maryland that will not only be able to bring this in court, but have a specific statute that gives them, places the burden on the government to give a compelling reason why they violated that. These plaintiffs are going to be in court regardless. The Constitution gives the right to enter into court. Article 46 of the Maryland Declaration gives a right to come to court. And as well, the private right of action that's created here will allow these individuals to come to court. And so we can talk about judicial efficiency, and I'm glad that the Civil Rights Commission is concerned about that, but that does not take precedent over making sure that all of our constitutional rights are answered for and that citizens here in Maryland have the right to freely exercise their faith.
Thank you.
I don't know what your rules are.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If I may, this is not some new standard made up out of whole cloth by this bill that the Civil Rights Commission is unaware of. They have dealt with free exercise claims under the compelling state interest standard for several decades prior to the Scalia decision that reversed course. So this is, I'm not aware of any evidence in any other state where the 40 states that have passed these laws, where it has such a harmful effect on other civil rights legislation.
Before I go to Delegate Fisher, Pastor Arkan, did I give you an opportunity to testify?
I did. I said amen.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I will check off.
We can be dismissed now.
Yeah, I will check off your name now. And then you had also mentioned that there were others here who did not sign up to testify but are here to show support. Would you all like to stand? Okay. All right, thank you. Delegate Fisher.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for, I guess, Delegate Rosenberg, attorney. So since you're an attorney, and in fact, you teach law, right? Okay.
I teach legislation.
Okay. Question is, Governor Hogan signed an executive order a while back to prohibit state contracts and state contractors from engaging in practices that were discriminatory towards Israel, the so-called BDS movement, boycott, divest, and what was the last word for?
Sanctions.
Sanctions. Thank you, Vaughn. Movement. And I believe that's still in effect, if I'm correct. How would this bill affect that or not affect that?
Not at all.
Okay.
I mean, business is not a religious exercise.
Which says here, a government authority may substantially burden or a person's exercise of religion only if the government authority demonstrates an application of the burden to the person, and it goes on.
I don't think conducting a business, unless there's some religious aspect.
It's a state contract, though. That's why I was asking, yeah.
I would think it's not relevant.
And the other question is, I appreciate the answer. House Bill 1382 is a bill that's in, it looks like it seeks to reverse what Hogan did this session. And it's state procurement, prohibited certifications, boycotts of foreign countries. So it's literally, it's obviously, if you read the bill, its intent is to effectively codify BDS. So how would this bill affect that? if that passed.
Again, my reaction would be that it's affecting the practice of business, and that's not religious practice.
Got it. Thank you.
Delegate Lehman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, to me, is a little bit confusing, to be honest. I thought I sort of had a handle on it, but I don't think I do. For one thing, one of the witnesses, and this is what sort of threw me off, started talking about public schools. So what would the issues be around how this would be applicable to public schools?
Yeah, the McMood v. Taylor decision coming out of Montgomery County. Within the opinion, the Supreme Court of the United States Maryland told Montgomery County that they do have to weigh the parents' faith when it comes to providing them with an opt-out. You remember the situation, the parents wanted a opt-out, as many other states had, as was previously given in the case. But that opt-out was removed, basically locking children into a particular type of teaching exposure to materials that violated the parents' faith and that went in contradiction to how they wanted to exercise their faith. They took that case all the way up to the Supreme Court.
I know about the case, and that's what you were referencing in your testimony?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. The other concern and question I have is about the injunctive relief. It seems really, really broad. Did I hear Delegate Schmidt or Delegate Rosenberg reference that this was an issue in the past with this bill? Briefly, what is the history of this legislation? Has it ever passed in either chamber in recent years? And if not, what was the issue?
No, it got to the floor of the House and was defeated by the opposition of the Catholic Church, by their lobbyists, because this was when Roe was still good law. And my best understanding, we didn't discuss it, was that the church was looking ahead to a post-Roe world where there were restrictions or there weren't the federal constitutional protections that there were under Roe. And they did not want a religious group to claim religious protection for a procedure, an abortion procedure, that was inconsistent with a statute passed by a state in a post-Roe world, if I've made that clear. They were worried that there would be a restrictive statute. Roe's gone, restrictive statute, but someone asserts my religion says that I can have an abortion or must have abortion if my life is at stake, and that the law would then be applied in that circumstance. It is my best understanding is that that's why the church opposed the bill, and their opposition is what killed the bill on the House floor.
Well, thank you for that. I would just say I think I would need some more specific examples of how this law would apply. I'm not an attorney, but I'm concerned about the adjunctive relief language. Thank you.
Delegate Stewart.
Mr. Chair, thank you all for coming. Good to see everybody. So speaking of the Hobby Lobby decision, which held that closely held corporations could sue under the federal RFRA, right? I noticed that your definition of a person in this bill does include corporations. Is the intent for the bill to go further than the federal RFRA and apply not only to closely held corporations pursuant to Hobby Lobby, but also to include for-profit corporations being able to sue under the bill?
I think it would just be equal. Thank you for the question, Delegate. I think the easiest answer to your question would just be in compliance with the federal law. It wouldn't be any different for that. So I'd have to do some research on the Hobby Lobby law to understand it a little bit better, but it wouldn't be any different, any more, any less than the federal law.
Okay. Just to add to that point, person is defined at the Supreme Court level and within this case as well as individual religious organization. And the point of it is saying that if a person has this right, then also the association, the folks coming together have that same equal right. So it's treating the association, the congregation as the same way that it would treat an individual person for exercising that right.
Okay. And how would this interact with sort of the existing framework that MCCR uses? So I'm just thinking in terms of like how the litigation, I'm a litigator, so I mean, I love any bill with attorney's fees and compensatory damages in it. But But it's a joke. It's a joke. But how would this work? Like, let's say MCCR, right? Let's say MCCR makes a finding against a business for discrimination. Let's say it's a steakhouse in Rockville, and they've got a policy that says, you know, if you're LGBTQ, you can't be eligible for the happy hour discount. And MCCR says, no, you're subject to a discrimination lawsuit. We've, you know, issued the finding. How would this bill track? Like, could the company then turn around immediately and sue for discrimination under this in circuit court? Or how would it interact?
Well, they'd be able to raise defense using the compelling standard. It would just raise the level that if the state deems that the non-discrimination law is of a compelling interest, then they would have to prove that burden in court, and the individual steakhouse would be able to present their defense, and you'd have a verdict or a resolution.
They'd be able to use it as a defense in the MCCR proceeding, is what you're saying. But then they could they also make if they lost, could they also raise it as an affirmative claim in a circuit court complaint?
In a countersuit, yeah, they wouldn't. It depends on the merits. If the merits of that case, you know, sort of rests it where it is, then perhaps it'd be precluded from using it. But the potential of bringing a counterclaim using RFRA is the exact purpose for why it's brought. An individual has their rights violated, and they're able to bring forward. I'm just going to pass the mic.
Hey, Delegate Stewart, I know I'm so loud I don't even know if I need a mic. I think you'll appreciate this as a litigator. There's all kinds of ways in which RFRAs might be hypothetically used, cited.
You'll need the microphone for the record.
Yeah, I can hear you, but all our millions of viewers on YouTube may not be able to hear.
Yeah, so I know you'll appreciate this as a litigator, is that there's all kinds of ways that RFRA might be hypothetically used. But the number of times it's been used successfully in a case like that is pretty much zero. And that's because non-discrimination laws in general satisfy the compelling government interest test, right? That they are a compelling government interest. So part of the reason why that there's lots of times that RFRA is theoretically going to come into play, but it ultimately isn't, because it just isn't going to work in all of the ways it might be hypothetically raised, but it ends up not actually being raised. Does that make sense?
I totally get that. And just one more. If I
just
could,
as a litigator.
Yeah. So, I mean, I know I made the joke about the compensatory damages and the attorney's fees and everything. I am wondering what the rationale is there. I looked at some of the other state RFRAs, and of course, the federal RFRA generally is only available for injunctive relief. There doesn't seem to be fee shifting in some of these other state laws, the 29 or 30 other states that have this. What is the rationale for needing to have fee shifting and needing to have money damages for plaintiffs instead of just an injunction?
Yeah, so just for general, the injunction generally tends to cover it, and that's, you know, how the law is originally written. Compensatory damages will come up just to restore the person, bring them back to the point of whatever finances they may have lost in the situation. It's hard to answer without a specific situation, but it just makes the person whole. It's not intended to have a windfall. It's not intended for a delegate to make a killing off of RFRA cases, but it is intended to place a person back whole before the litigation. On the attorney fees structure, you had a recent Supreme Court decision, the Lackey decision out of our neighboring state in Virginia, that sort of shook the balance a bit, went contrary to not just the Fourth Circuit, but every other circuit in terms of how attorney's fees are allocated during a victory. Before, you could receive attorney's fees and the fees would be shifted over by just getting a preliminary injunction. And so government, not to bring up COVID again, but government during a set period of time, knowing that they would lose the case, would just pull back their order or pull back their, whatever law it was that was violating the constitutional right. And so the preliminary injunction no longer counted towards a violation of law, and so there wasn't an actual victory despite the plaintiff getting everything they want. And so this portion of the bill just addresses where the Supreme Court has opened the door for not just the federal government, but state legislatures to be very critical in how they define not just what a victory is, but how fees are allocated when victories are awarded one way or another.
Yeah, and certainly you again, I mean, in all seriousness, I think fee shifting is good. And in fact, I think we should celebrate. We have a Republican delegate delegate championing attorney's fees and legislation. So, I mean, that's a good day in my book. But one final question. I am getting a little bit concerned about local governments being bankrupted by some sort of big verdict, or even feeling settlement pressure because of the attorney's fees being included and the compensatory damages being included. Are y'all aware of either the size of settlement awards that have gone on in other states, or to the extent that anything has even reached a jury, which I probably hasn't, right? But do you have any of those numbers about sort of like per state, what the average size of the settlement is, or what?
If you think about and again, part of the reason I mentioned the law review articles by Professors Lund and separately by Professor Goodrich is they just walk through all these cases in state and federal courts. And so like the paradigmatic case, and the Delegate Lehman asked earlier about like, well, what about public schools and what do these cases look like? There's a case in Texas where a kid was an Apache who wanted to wear his hair long for religious reasons. The school had a hair length limit, wouldn't let him wear his hair long because they said that boys shouldn't do that. And he sued under the Texas RFRA. They ordered the school to let him grow his hair out, right? But that wasn't a suit for damages. It was a suit for injunctive relief. That's mostly what's happening here. And so that's part of the reason why when you kind of survey all the cases, people just want their rights restored. Sometimes there are attorney's fees on the back end of that, but that's usually when the government entity, whether that's a state entity, local, or like a school district, just is utterly recalcitrant and just goes on and on and on and digs in. Even when there's a clear violation of the law, and they end up having to pony up attorney's fees, which you know are great. But generally, these just aren't for compensatory damages. It's in there, but that's really not kind of the mill run or the mine run, sorry, of these cases.
Okay, yeah, that's all really helpful. I appreciate y'all's patience with me.
I can answer quickly, just a dollar amount on the whole, and I'll sit down. I promise I'll just stay here. But on the whole, if you look at litigation, whether it's the ACLU that are coming in defense of civil liberties or some of these big firms on either side, on the whole, year over year, it's probably $10 million that is exchanged between attorneys and cities. That's on the whole across the entire United States. We've been asked that question several times, how much of a windfall it is. $10 million across the entire United States, every district, every state, every county, every city. The comparison, though, for the civil rights and the constitutional liberties that are reinforced, $10 million is just a drop in the bucket to ensure that we have religious freedom, not just across the country, but specifically in this state as well.
Okay, appreciate it.
And what I would like to do is, I know Delegate Lehman said that she would like some more information on injunctive relief. And I can give I know she said she was familiar with the Mahmoud case, but if you look at the Mid-Vermont Christian schools in Vermont, what you had there was a school female basketball team, and they made the state playoffs. And what they said was, when we got to the playoffs, we didn't want to play against this other school that had a transgender on their team. His nickname was Not in My House. So there was video of him fouling girls hard, and there was also video of him like rejecting shots from Dikembe Mutombo, Not in My House, girls getting injured. So when they got to the playoffs, what they said was, we're not going to play, and we're going to exercise our right to forfeit. But what happened in Vermont, and this goes to injunctive relief, just let us practice our belief. We're not looking for any money. When they decided to forfeit and take that as the penalty and removing themselves from the playoffs, what the state of Vermont actually did to Mid-Vermont Christian schools is they said, not only will you take your forfeit, but now you are disqualified from playing in any sports, boys and girls. In addition to that, they also disqualified that school from all academic competitions. And what they simply said was, let us practice our belief. We understand that the penalty, if we don't play in this playoff game, is a simple forfeit. But the state went beyond that scope. And eventually they received injunctive relief and they were restored, but that's all they were looking for. They weren't looking for any money.
I see.
Just allow us to practice our faith.
Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Judiciary Committee. This is a lesson for everybody. Politicians, pastors, and lawyers should never have open mics. But, it's good to see Delegate Rosenberg. I'm very disappointed you didn't frame this argument around how it
apply to the Orioles or just after you got here in the Jefferson administration.
Jeez.
But it's good to see you.
St. Louis.
Yeah. If I'm going to boil this down, because I know we're talking about a lot of legalese, and this is just an extra layer of protection against government overreach. Is that a fair assessment?
And one the courts have invited. It applied, as Delegate would probably just say right after me, it applied in Maryland specifically from 93, its passage at the federal level, to 97. In 97, you had a case saying states can no longer apply it. This just brings Maryland back to where it was 30 years ago.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Kerr, we do have a virtual that has had some, that has tried these cases in different parts of the country. If we can, nobody virtual? Not on there, okay. All right, no problem. All right, no problem.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Schmidt. I'm going to bring up the unfavorable panel now. We have an unfavorable panel with Daniel Meyer, Mike Reed, Christopher West, Reverend Phelps, and John Kelly. And we can just take you in the order that I named you. If Dan, if you want to start.
Okay. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Kerr and the members of the committee. My name is Daniel Meyer. I'm a resident of District 10. I urge an unfavorable report on HB 356, and I want to explain why after listening to all that testimony. Fundamentally, I heard that there was anti-Semitic incidents. I heard that people were concerned about discrimination, but I didn't actually hear how that was related to this specific bill. There weren't any cases that I'm aware of that they raised in Maryland of people actually being discriminated against by the government for religious beliefs. On the other hand, I can tell you that the Maryland Constitution has provisions in it that explicitly discriminate against non-religious people. I didn't hear any proposal to remove those. However, wanted to discuss Hobby Lobby versus Burwell. It's a famous case. It's the most famous RFRA case. In that case, a private company, a large private company, claimed that it had religious beliefs, sincere religious beliefs, that a contraceptive was actually an abortion-inducing drug. And the court was refused to even consider whether or not Plan B was a contraceptive or an abortion-producing drug. They simply accepted it as a matter of fact because that's what RFRA says. RFRA says if it's a sincerely held belief, it's a sincerely held belief, and you have to accept it in the court. Has nothing to do with whether it's true. You don't have to prove it's true. You just have to claim that this is something that you believe. That's your first problem. The second problem was that, you know, a Jehovah's Witness could say, hey, I don't want my insurance covering blood transfusions because I think they're bad. Or, you know, you could have any number of...
Go ahead and finish your thought.
Any number of religious groups that would be against porcine, you know, parts in a vaccine or fetal tissue. And they wouldn't even have to prove that they exist. They could just claim they exist and therefore say, I should be exempt from this.
Okay, thank you. Mike.
Mr. Vice Chair, Delegate Kerr, and members of this committee, thank you for hearing my testimony. I'm Mike Reed, a representative of the Washington Area Secular Humanists, which is a social and community organization incorporated in Maryland. I'm also the Maryland State Director for American Atheists. I speak in opposition to this bill. Now, the text of the law, which you're all familiar with, says it won't be legal to, quote, substantially burden a person's exercise of religion, may sound fair and reasonable, but it could open up a loophole which would allow religiously affiliated organizations to discriminate against persons who do not share their religious beliefs. This might not have been the intention of the law, probably isn't. We have seen this happen in other states with similar laws. For example, employers or insurers who do not wish to give employees access to contraception, abortions, or other needed medical care could claim that doing so would impose such a substantial burden on them. Employers who do not wish to employ LGBTQ persons or persons who do not share their religious views could use it to exclude them from employment or promotion opportunities. Educational and community service organizations which receive public funds could deny or exclude persons who do not meet the religious-based criteria from services or participation. Some church-affiliated foster care organizations have attempted to exclude otherwise qualified prospective foster parents. The ability to claim a substantial burden provides them a legal way around non-discrimination rules for organizations receiving government resources as well. And as I said, enabling religious discrimination is probably not the intention of this bill, but it could be terribly abused, and it has been in other states. And let's be blank, the free exercise of religion is not a problem here in Maryland. We're good on this. We're not a place where you have any hindrance to any kind of reasonable religious practice. I think it works pretty well here in Maryland. We really don't need this law. Why risk the potential abuse which it could bring when it just isn't needed here? So I urge an unfavorable report on HB 356. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher West.
Thank you, Chair, member of the committee. My name is Christopher West. I'm also from District 10, but we don't know each other. I had some concerns about this bill. Could I, as a landlord who have deeply held religious beliefs about sex outside of marriage, refuse to rent an apartment to a pregnant, unwed mother or an unwed couple because they be living in sin? It is a deeply held religious belief. And would I be exempt from housing discrimination laws in that case? Could I, as an adoption counselor in a state-funded, state-contracted foster care agency, refuse to place children with a single parent or people of a different faith? As a restaurant owner, if I saw, as a Christian restaurant owner, I saw a Muslim couple beginning to pray before their meal, could I ask them to leave because it offended my religious, or vice versa? Could I, as a school principal, cite my personal beliefs to deny an LGBT student group? Or further, how about denying a girls' empowerment group because 1 Timothy 2:12 states we don't permit women to teach or lead? Could parents refuse medical treatment for their sick child on religious grounds? And if so, when CPS intervenes to provide life-saving care, can the parents sue the state for trampling their rights? The bill sounds like it's protecting faith, but it opens the door to use religion as discrimination and to sidestep Maryland's civil rights and public safety rules. This isn't hypothetical. In other states, similar bills have been used to justify discrimination against LGBTQ people, women, and religious minorities. Maryland already has a strong religious freedom protections in both our state and our federal constitution. And there's no evidence, as was stated, that people's rights are being trampled right now. But there is evidence that these laws can be abused. We should protect everyone's rights. I urge you to reject this bill and stand up for a fair Maryland we all believe in. Thank you.
Ken Phelps.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Kerr, members of the committee. To the point, I'm here because the Diocese of Maryland is very suspicious of this bill because we believe the potential for abuse is great, and that if enacted, it will serve as a shield for a great deal of harmful mischief, and we've heard some of that described. And our history is littered with that abuse. In our current situation, which is much different than it was 30, 35 years ago when these bills first started appearing, I can only speak as a Christian in saying that the dominant Christianity in our country, which exerts an oversized influence on our policies, condones and accommodates misogyny, bigotry, homophobia, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism. Ask yourself where that rise that was described over the last 10 years in violence against synagogues and Jews comes from, and racism. It's a Christianity that worships violence and is extremely dangerous and runs counter to the teachings of Christ to envision a world not controlled by the powerful but shared by the entire human family, knit together out of love and mutual respect, mercy and kindness. And that's really the point. We think this bill leaves the door open for a further erosion of those ideals by making it too easy to skirt the real demands of our faith, and all in the name of religion. And I would argue the deeper values and aspirations of a fledgling country that once declared all men are created equal, which is the true principle upon which we were founded. So we urge an unfavorable report.
John Kelly.
Good evening. My name is John Kelly. I'm a Maryland resident. I support the intent of HB 356 to protect the free exercise of religion, but oppose language in the bill that could undermine it. The bill fails to say what protections it's adding to the existing ones. Instead, it highlights compelling governmental interest where the state can infringe on religious freedoms. Also, it's vague about what constitutes a substantial threat to public health. The liberal interpretation of a compelling government interest and a substantial threat to the public health in the bill could be used to eliminate religious exemptions for vaccines. The bill doesn't mention exemptions, but it complements House Bill 637. That bill proposes outsourcing vaccine policy to a private trade association that advocates elimination of religious exemptions for vaccines. The bill, in combination with HB 356, would further open the door to attempts to eliminate exemptions. Are these concerns exaggerated? I hope so, but it would be grossly imprudent to be not to be concerned with the fundamental importance of protecting religious freedom and the violations of this freedom in states that exclude religious exemptions for vaccines, along with attempts to exclude exemptions in other states. Maryland should not become a version of New York, which allows which does not allow religious exemptions, and worse, seems to condone local schools overriding doctors' approvals of medical exemptions allowed by state law. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have questions for the unfavorable panel? Delegate Schmidt, I'm going to say that committee precedent should be that bill sponsors don't question the opposition panel because they don't have an opportunity to question you, and I would ask you to take your question offline.
Okay. And judiciary was not that way last year, but okay. No problem.
Okay, seeing no questions for this panel, thank you. You're excused. That ends the bill hearing for House Bill 356, and it also ends the bills before us today. With that, we are adjourned.